So we'll start with a brief introduction of the collaboration and where we are heading in a way in terms of the research area, which we started last year, and a little bit about this workshop, and then we'll move into a number of presentations. And towards the end, we will introduce the task that we have proposed for students to work together between the two groups, the two university groups. We will try to help splitting students towards the end of this morning, afternoon, and just when we know exactly how many of you are actually connected. But we'll start with this presentation, which is the introduction. I hope you can see it. Okay, so you can see it, yes? Okay. So first of all, just to remind everyone where we are in relation to the collaboration. So the University of Edinburgh and Shevchenko National University of Kyiv established since 2022 this joint research collaboration, and it was building on a kind of more like an older partnership the cities have, so a city twinning partnership that started in 1984. So to organize the partnership and the collaboration, I think it was an excellent idea to put together what we called research labs. The idea of the labs is that we don't have a very clear specific task or intended specific outcome, but we enable a framework for collaboration across a number of themes that would help bring in academics and early career researchers and students together to work on research areas of shared interest, but could also help building capacity and continuing developing research questions in such difficult time of war in the country. So we really wanted to help ensuring that this time would allow us to continue the academic environment that we need to maintain the academic development of our students, of our staff, and potentially these would continue to build to economic development in the future, capacity building, and of course continuing with opportunities for research mobility and research development in collaboration through partnership. So by promoting this research and education links between the two universities, the teams developing this proposal worked on a framework based on 4 research labs or twinned research labs. And these labs were aimed to building capacity and supporting research development and help to maintain research capacity during the time of war. So the research labs started with collaborations that were perhaps of interest or existed within the academic communities across the two universities. And they were structured around these 4 themes. Environmental sustainability, but was mainly focused around creating and maintaining a chemical database. Geopolitical relations, which were focused on social development and ensuring that we could improve understanding challenges in the kind of social fabric of the crisis. Understanding languages and cultures, which was more aimed to ensuring a kind of better integration of refugees in the UK and ensuring the necessary support to maintain and continue future international relations. And the one we have created, which is called the Impacts of War Lab. And this lab was aimed to limit the damage and achieving a kind of just and inclusive environment for reconstruction, which related to urban planning measures that could be taken forward regeneration strategies, but also the opportunity to create inclusive governance, urban governance systems that would bring people, those most affected, to the center of the decision-making processes in relation to urban reconstruction. So all of these labs were aimed to foster interdisciplinary research links between the two universities and provide this framework for continuing and future collaboration, supporting in-person fellowships, but also this idea of the virtual opportunities that would be created, as well as the opportunities to develop and maintain research projects that could increase in scale as we move forward. So the idea is that through developing research and academic collaboration, eventually all of these could support economic development and a fruitful recovery after the war. Moving on, so thinking about the specifics of the impacts of war lab, we felt this lab would work as a think tank. And we started by sharing our own experience in relation to post-conflict and post-war urban regeneration processes and experiences in terms of social, political, urban experiences. And we developed an initial framework of work which would allow a discussion board, would allow the emergence of questions, of ideas for areas to develop research, and mostly shared experiences of research ongoing elsewhere. So last year we put together this framework to support the development of research between the academic teams, but also to support the collaboration through the engagement with students who were involved in teaching programs of relevance to these themes across both universities. So we have explored the planning and implementation of strategies that could help rebuilding urban and rural areas in Ukraine as the conflict comes to an end. So our aim is that we could begin to influence decision-making context in relation to planning and development for future regeneration by really understanding what is important today in relation to the cities that will need to be rebuilt, but also what new potential new structures, new areas of importance are being developed, are being created as a result of the conflict. So what can we rethink in relation to reconstruction that was not possible to rethink before the crisis? So and how can these new frameworks or new ideas can help rethinking European urban areas in general, not just the ones in Ukraine? So we worked together to develop this workshop. This is the second workshop, as Kostya explained before, that has explored these emergent challenges. So for now, I'm thinking about the think tank. The idea of the workshop is to give the opportunity to students, but also to academic staff, to work collaboratively and exchange ideas with bringing together perhaps a more theoretical context that is related to the academic work and the experience of all those researchers involved, and the real life experiences and perspectives that emerge from the context in a way that are the context that is suffering from this crisis, so the real crisis scenario, and work together to think about the complexities, the forces, the processes, the stakeholders, the actors that would help us a strategic change as the reconstruction takes place in the future, that we aimed to. It would be more inclusive, it would be culturally aware, it would be it would accept diversity, it would be climate aware, and it would generate opportunities for climate action, but mostly it would also include decision-making processes that are more inclusive and are more concerned with all those who live in urban spaces that we want to reconstruct or recreate. Um, so we have structured this workshop, and Oleski will explain this a little bit more at the end. But we have structured the workshop around 4 themes, because these 4 themes are sort of helping us understand the existing challenges, the potential opportunities for reconstruction. And of course, these themes are very broad to be able to include a range of aspects. So we propose to work around housing and habitat, public space and green infrastructure, mobility and social spatial integration, and cultural heritage, considering physical but also these more complex socioeconomic and political conditions that are surrounding these themes today, in the past, and for the future reconstruction. So we want to create the opportunity for discussion and exchange, to explore the processes for future urban change, and what do we need to consider, not only in relation to the shape, the form, the hope in which we feel these cities could be reconstructed. So it's not just about that physical form, but also the relationships, the negotiation, the decision-making processes that need to involve formal and informal actors in the remaking and rebuilding, and in developing pathways for implementation, and perhaps to develop strategic frameworks and eventually strategic solutions. And then to do this, we feel that the think tank framework that we propose could help understanding drivers for urban development and regeneration post-crisis, that will also help us understanding those challenges that go beyond the context of Ukraine. So what are how can a time of crisis help us defining the broader or tackling broader challenges that Europe will need to confront in the future? This comes from a kind of historical perspective, that during the Second World War, or after the Second World War, that there was a significant kind of European perspective for reconstruction, particularly in relation to housing and habitat and public space. And these really influenced cities across the continent. And we think that perhaps this so significant war in Europe in a very different time in history, but with different challenges from those that were experienced in the 50s. We feel that this could be also a kind of think tank and an opportunity for collectively developing ideas that could help us rethinking cities and urban areas, as well as kind of surrounding rural areas, for the future of a more sustainable and more inclusive, more climate aware European continent. So how can we influence that in the future? So I mentioned the themes already, and then a little bit of what is the sort of areas that we had identified as a kind of the beginning of the existing context. So we have seen, and I'll let Kostya come in if you like, but the fractured and fragile political conditions were identified as a kind of key challenge in the context today that will need to drive reconstruction in a more inclusive and a kind of locally concerned way. So concerned with people, with displaced people, with historical reconstruction, with lack of heritage and or broken tangible and intangible heritage. the socioeconomic complexities that are characteristic of a time of crisis like this, human rights issues that have emerged during the war. And then the sort of characteristics of and considerations of reconstruction that we are seeing in the context of the world that need to be part of any processes of regeneration in the future. We've seen a movement of people, internally displaced people, who are creating demographic changes that should be part of the new spaces, the new urban spaces that will be developing. The problems around the tangible, but also most importantly the intangible heritage. So how do we integrate histories and cultures into reconstruction? The capacities of people to be involved, so local people and sort of social groups, networks that are emerging during the war to be involved and to create cohesion as the reconstruction takes place. And finally, the context. I just want to mention this too, and Kostya, you can continue. The context of the announcement of the creation of very specific funds for reconstruction and restoration, and this is almost dangerous to me in terms of how we can influence this restoration in a way that really tackles these issues around the social cohesion, the importance of sustainability, and a kind of more nature integrated thinking of cities for the future, the reconstruction of infrastructure that really considers how people live and where do they need to move to, as much as the kind of the destruction that was that needs to be reconstructed, the physical destruction. So more this social and political and trauma in a way that has been experienced. How we make sure that the reconstruction really includes that context. And Kostya, please, if you would like to add anything on the kind of three last slides. It was just from me a very short introduction. All our IT.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm here, and can I change? Yeah. Okay, maybe just additional some comments concerning our workshop. This year, we decided to change our main focus, not just on reconstruction post-war, post-urbicide reconstruction, but rather to think about mass housing estate, also suffered by shelling, by rocket missiles attacks on Ukrainian city. Virtually every city are target in Ukraine are target for such attacks, and it means that every mass housing estate under risks. And at the same time, we have a long time issue of aging of such estates, and how to combine these two topics. I hope we will find decision after our today's lecture and then discussion. And for main focuses which we would like to discuss, the first one focus on housing issue. What is there a relationship between housing and between space? What does it mean to live and to spend time in such neighborhoods? Another topic about public spaces, about green infrastructure, about climate change, and so on. And from one side, the situation is a challenge for Ukrainian city. From another side, it's a chance to change in new way, to use new approaches to make our city more comfortable for living after in post-war period times. One more topic is about mobility and social spatial integration also issue important for mass housing estates, because usually they are a bit remote from the city center with some transportation issues, and how to connect this mass housing estate or integrate into city fabric, into city life. We also will discuss. And finally, heritage and the cultural context of this issue. In my next lecture, I try to explain this phenomenon of mass housing, two sides of mass housing. One, showcase project, the prominent examples of mass housing construction in different cities, in so-called Eastern Bloc countries, from Berlin to Kyiv, and from Zaporizhia to Tallinn. And is it really heritage, cultural heritage for our city? Should we protect these areas, or should we demolish as a sign of communist era, as ideological project? And another side, mass housing estate as a mass production. The same in the vision, the homogeneous great structures, and what is a way to reconstruct such areas suffered now by shelling, by drones attacks, and so on. So briefly, I hope we will then split into groups and discuss more deeply to delve more inside these topics, and we will see what we will have as the final stage of our workshop.
Thank you, Kostya, and thanks everyone. I hope this was helpful as an introduction. Oh gosh, we have 47 people connected now, so I think half of them weren't at the beginning. So hopefully, the workshop is recorded, so you could probably come back to some of the points. But I think Martina, not sure. Are you there? Yeah. So we need to pass to the next presentation now. So I don't know if you want to, if everyone is connected. Is everyone, let me see. So we have the next person connected. Next person, or you, Kostya, you're first, Kostya, yeah? Ah, right, okay.
Yeah.
I thought there was someone else before you. Okay, great, Kostya. So you can share your screen, or yes? Okay,
Sure.
perfect. Does anybody have any questions so far, or we just keep going, yes? Okay, great. Okay, Kostya, go ahead.
Yeah. So thank you very much, Sole, for introductory part of our workshop, and now the first lecture, like inspiration for our next steps. It was about war and the city, urbicide and mass housing regeneration perspective in Ukraine. I would like to talk about two different topics. One side about direct and indirect urbicide, deliberate destruction of cities, and another side, mass housing regeneration, mass housing reconstruction. At the first glance, it's two different topics, but I would like to combine both in case of Ukraine, and to understand this phenomenon through some main theoretical approaches and conceptualization of the both. The first picture taken recently in city of Izum show this issue the best way. Why? Because on the one side, it's a typical mass housing in ordinary city, but from another side, it was destructed. And how to deal with such areas, how we should think about such neighborhoods. It's important to think about two sides. One side, if such city close to front line, and should we reconstruct just now, or should we wait for the finish of the war, and for the next steps, for strategy and so on? Or should we bring back people just now and reconstruct, like in mass housing estate, South Ukraine city of Kharkiv. Or another side, mass housing destructed in western part of Ukraine, more peaceful, but also under risks. And what is a different approach or the same approach we should use for such areas? But firstly, about urbicide. The most typical vision of urbicide is a deliberate destruction of the built environment, like Howard and many others emphasized, killing the city, destruction of urban, the killing of urbanity. It means that we talk about urban way of life, not just about physical structures, but about social relationship in between city, about people, about neighborhoods, about city at home. There are diversity of different forms and concepts of urbicide. Ruralization, model of the city, urbicide, extreme urbicide, plan annihilation, and so on. Just briefly about many of them, because all history of our city, history of some destruction and renovation of city. But with the deliberate destruction, firstly started to talk about in post-Second World War times. And place annihilation concept or extreme urbicide was devoted to post-Second World War renovation, when the simultaneous destruction of ordinary residents and their communities, public spaces and neighborhoods, and in fact the loss of meaning of destroyed places was discussed. The destruction of the collective or national identity at the same time for such city like Dresden or Warsaw that was under question. Should we reconstruct such totally destructed cities? Another example of urbicide, ruralization from Afghan war times when Soviet army destructed many Afghan cities, when it was used as a tactics of military operation, when virtually everything has been a target in order to suppress the resistance of completely different cultural, political, and ethnic group. It's important to talk about different ethnic and cultural groups, not in case of Ukraine. In times of so-called Yugoslav wars, it was coined the term of urbicide or ritual murder of the city. Architecture introduced term as a war against architecture with a later shift from a war on architecture to a war by architecture. And after that was coined additional terms like identicide or cultural cannibalism, more global effect, with more global effect. The destruction of vernacular or symbolic places during the war with the intention to erasing cultural identity and sense of belonging, or cultural cannibalism as a destruction of shared world culture and heritage for immediate political, religious, or ideological goals. And also extreme domicide with a main focus on homes, the deliberate destruction of homes in order to leverage against enemy governments or terrorize civilians so that they lose faith in their own cause. And more broader, spatial side proposed by Hanafi targets not only cities, but also the whole landscapes and built environment, resulting with not only destroyed or damaged buildings, but leveled hillsides, flattened vegetation, and to erase other resistant identity. Nothing from previous dwellers, from previous city, from previous space. And in case of Beirut, it was another side of urbicide, like fragmentation of urban space under the asymmetric wars between government and different secession movements and riots. And as a result, cities fragmented and split into different parts in between. In every part with local conflicts, with such fragmented mosaic destruction. And finally, acts or campaign of terror in cities outside of warfare. Different terroristic attacks that we hear day by day with the deliberate, even is supposedly incidental, targeting of cities seeking to destroy the security, public order, civility, and quality of life of all their citizens and damage or destroy the viability and livability of the city itself, as Safia mentioned. What about Ukraine? Is that just another case of such destruction or such urbicide, or it's about something new, something another way? As for me, it's a different case. It's the largest ongoing war in the 21st century. It's not a recreation of any other previous scenarios of urbicide. It's a new, planned, and outrageously implemented project with multiplicity of urbicide. I mean, radical destruction of Mariupol or Avdiivka, the wanton massacre in Bucha or Izum, and everyday destruction of Kharkiv, Odessa, and many Ukrainian cities, with additionally non-military destruction of the occupied city, like an indirect urbicide, or coined the new term in Ukrainian case, occupational urbicide, and with mass internal displacement and refuge. Just in the first 100 days of the active phase of the war from February 24 till June, 1/3 of Ukrainian cities were directly or deliberately destroyed. 27 cities were destroyed by shelling, bombing, or street fighting every 10 days. 7 cities at least every 4th day, and 4 cities at least every 2nd day. And this process continues. And you can trace this through maps from July to December 2022, from January to June 2023, and from July to October 2023. The same situation, yeah, with some cities more distracted, more suffered by urbicide, but just in every region of Ukraine, you can see points or dots with signs of urbicides. It means that all Ukrainian cities suffered by urbicide now. And what is the main explanation of such effect? The more conventional vision is the destruction of heterogeneity. Urbicide is aimed to destruct heterogeneity of cities, to kill such urban, specific urban way of life, which is a sense of urbanity. But in case of Ukraine, it's also with additional vision, not just about heterogeneity destruction, but targeting the actual development of cities, growing civic consciousness and public activism. When we conducted in review, for example, in the city of Kramatorsk, that was firstly occupied and then deoccupied at the first stage of the war from 2014, it was the main idea from city dwellers. Our public spaces are improving. We are witnesses of new constructions that was first emerged in our cities from 1991, and increasing entrepreneurial activity, strengthening civil society, local activism, community cohesion, and so on. And of course, in comparing to cities in Ukrainian control side and occupied side, it was far different difference. And additional factor to be for the city to be destroyed because they are flourishing in comparison with occupied cities. And how we can explain, for example, such destruction of mass housing neighborhood in Borodyanka, not far from Kyiv, in Kyiv suburbia area, just bombing every second high-rise building in the city. Why? Because it was rather punishment for the developers, because they're not welcoming invaders with flowers, but say, no, we are Ukrainians, we would like to live in our cities. And it was bombing. No military papers, no wars. It's not about even heterogeneity. It was about deliberate destruction just for destruction, for punishment, and so on. Another side is an indirect urbicide, proposed by many scholars, in particular Abu Jidi proposed to think about two sides of indirect urbicide, by construction and by control. By construction, when in other than directly urbicide cities, organized some refugee and IDP camps for temporary use, and it was some kind of stigmatization of these areas, marginalization of dwellers, and negative effects on neighboring areas. And also construction of new other placeless, mostly buildings, instead of symbolic or typical in destroyed cities. Another way of indirect urbicide by control, when different kinds of city divisions, their internal separation, weakening binding, installation of numerous checkpoints, and so on, destroy city not by physical destruction, by rather social destruction of such urban settlements. In case of Ukraine, in terms of indirect urbicide by construction, it doesn't matter as for me, because modular transit camps for IDPs here, some of them are constructed in the peripheral areas of the city, on the outskirts, with some weird or some strange vision, like this IDPs camp in Kharkiv, or fenced and with some unattractive wagons or homes and so on. But at the same time, for example, from Lviv in recent years, that was built for IDPs, it's with every new approach how urban space should be to be comfortable for city dwellers. Therefore, it's not just islands in city urban space, but different approaches. And moreover, most of such IDP camps includes just less than 1% of IDPs totally in the city. It's not a huge number. Therefore, it's rather small exceptions, but not a rule in our cities. More important to talk about occupational urbicide. When you see these gray circles at the eastern part and southern part of Ukraine, cities under occupation. And we conducted interview with the city dwellers in cities that were deoccupied. And what we found, what are the main findings? First of all, indirect urbicide by control, yeah, sure. Interview showed that most dwellers understand city as a desert. Without population, with huge residence outflow in times of occupation. There are no prospects there. Remained just retirees who had nowhere to go or afraid to go out into the street. Additionally, planned or unconscious destruction of the city's infrastructure, neglect of building, and so on. Fragmentation of the urban space because incomprehensible personalities of incomprehensible appearance you can see on the streets, ineffective city management, and the lack or absence of any strategy of such cities. Additionally, huge mass internal displacement and refuge. If in 2014-15, war affects over 10 million people in Ukraine, with around 1.1, 1.5 million of IDPs. But after 2022, war affects every citizens, all citizens in Ukrainian cities, and with 7+ million of IDPs who removed from one cities to another, and it changed settlement system in urban settlement system in Ukraine dramatically. But here I'm stopping and change essentially another topic of large house and mass house and estate. As Captain Grossman with co-authors mentioned, that large house and estates are one of the most fascinating features of the urban landscape in Europe. The fascination stems from the tension between their uniform appearance and the heterogeneity of neighborhood pathways and social processes behind this similarly homogeneous facades. It's also not just about physical structures, but about social relations in such cities. What does it mean to live in such homogeneous, at the first glance, neighborhoods? In case of Ukraine, we should think about, or in Eastern Europe, we should think about two different kinds of such mass housing estates. First one, showcase project, when was used experimental idea of ideal social living, when the Soviet settlement, as it was mentioned in many books at that time or papers, honest and simple as working class is honest and simple, diverse as life is diverse, joyful as nature is joyful, economical and material and maintains not in space and value, but in fact with some discrepancy between the content and its implementation. And later it was used such terms as symmetry of socialist city. And a socialist city idea was just idea, but and aspiration, but not realistic. Mostly with socialist propaganda, with attaching people to work, because such neighborhoods were close to enterprises, and such people were attaching to these enterprises, and with latent social inequality even, with hierarchy of housing. If you walking in such neighborhoods, you can see individual housing for elite, communal housing for workers, and even new barracks for low quality workers, with some different kinds of housing and homes for workers. But of course, with some positive signs, it was like palaces for workers with spacious and luxurious apartments, with shops, restaurants, cafes, cinemas, with some commercial infrastructure, what was not so typical for socialist cities, with such number and such assortments, and huge green spaces. But of course, with the feeling of socialist power, you are just a small insect in such huge socialist city and socialist area, and with Stalin's or Lenin's status in the center of such neighborhoods. Just some pictures taken in different cities from Berlin. What's happened with such a neighborhood? It was renovated with nice social, cultural heritage for the city. And when you walk through Karl Marx Allee, former Stalin's Allee, you have the same feeling. What was feeling in socialist time? You are just small people in such huge and effective neighborhood and buildings. The same situation with Nova Huta in city of Krakow. The same situation, it was preserved. But if you look on the same socialist time showcase project, Socmisto in Zaporizhia, what is the difference? A different facade, not renovated, but rather commercialized with different colors of advertisement, with satellite dishes, with different balconies, and so on. It was like like mosaic, not preserved. And it's a question: what is a way to change the situation? As for me, such areas should be protected, even if, for example, at the left side building was considered as a letter S, that in USSR or Stalin's, but it's a cultural heritage that should be protected. But when we walk in with colleagues in these neighborhoods and met some locals, we heard, what do you try to look here for what? Yeah, it's heritage for us. We try to have a deeper vision about this area, and they say it's better to demolish this area and to construct new housing. It was some also discrepancy between different concepts. What should we do with such housing estates? And another, mass housing as a mass production project. production of the industrialized and rationalized socialist housing estates with monotonous structures, standardized projects, and similarities. But of course, at the same time, with more greener public spaces compared with new housing construction in our cities, with public services and the main issues for free. It was housing for free, and it also heritage till now. When we communicate, when we interviewed dwellers from such neighborhoods, the first aspect, we obtain these flats, these apartments for free. It's important with such infrastructure, and it was positive for us. But it was some kind of different shift from garden city and city beautiful inspiration in Stalinist guise to a concrete city orientation, a shift from a communal to more individualistic lifestyle. Every apartment as a local local life, but not communal life as in previous stage. A shift from the inner city, Sotsmista, to high-rise suburbs on the outskirts. Important to emphasize that still now, it's still popular. And we can talk about neighborhood satisfaction for such areas. Mass housing estates. When we conducted a survey in city of Dnipro, it was a bit surprising that the most satisfied, most attractive neighborhoods, such socialist time mass housing estates that considered as gray and homogeneous, but most attractive. Because it's affordable housing, in many cases it's located close to the city centers and with nice relation, nice links with public transportation, with social mix, no ethnic segregation. It's also important to emphasize no ethnic segregation in mass housing estate in Ukrainian case, and no obvious signs of essential decline, but also, of course, with some decay. And when discussed question about next stage, what should we do with mass housing? For example, Hess and Tamaru discussed four main approaches: do nothing, downsize, demolish and replace, and renovate. And in our case, more popular, do nothing, waiting for decay and to have new area for new construction, and developers just waiting for such strategy. Do it yourself change, fragmented renovation, installation, extension to multi-story apartments blocks with colorful and mosaic facades of such buildings when one apartment was renovated but another decayed. And developer investor-led change with some infill buildings in between former neighborhoods with absolute dramatically another way, dramatically another function, and so on. What is the next stage for such neighborhood when some building were installed infilled in this area? And when we also conducted interview with dwellers of such neighborhoods, we heard three important ideas overlapped and alternative. First one, to completely destroy these huts and give spaces for city development, to maintain compact city and use spaces inside of city urban limits, city limits. Another way, this area is better to live because of greening, because of better planning approaches and so on. We should protect and save these areas. And a third interesting idea, okay, we can demolish this area, but what we get instead of that, a new soulless neighborhoods like Kyiv mentioned at the left bank of city of Kyiv, and just some pictures from different city, like do-it-yourself changed in the city of Rustavi, or a renovation using the Kyoto protocols in city of Tallinn, or some downsized and renovation in the city of Leipzig and case of Kyiv, with decaying and some infilled new buildings. Such different mix for this area. And one more interesting effect of we use term rainbowification instead of gentrification, because it's not about gentry, about new social strata, but rather about painting of facades. If you paint the facades, it's also question about changing and renovation of such area, like this picture from city of Kryvyi Rih, where such mass housing estate was just painted by different colors and you used firstly to advertise this change. Small Paris, why small Paris? I don't know, but it was used. And finally, huge mass housing estate, Saltivka in city of Kharkiv, just from last month's pictures. It was essentially destructed area. And it was time to think, should we go back? And many dwellers went back to these homes and tried to self-organize and reconstruction of this building because they need to have space to live in their own the city they like. And even in city of Lviv, in the western part of Ukraine, the same situation because we are not protected from missiles attacks, and this building in also huge socialist time, Sikhiv neighborhood also suffered by shelling when rest of missile was exploded in this courtyard. So, conclusions. What comes next? Urbicide in Ukraine. It's not just another story in a long list of well-covered destroyed cities. It targets the actual development, growing civic consciousness and public activism, as we discussed with Martin Coward, and he proposed to think about punishment from invaders to our cities. When also occupied cities are indirectly urbicided with population outflow planned or unconscious destruction of the infrastructure, fragmentation of the urban space, and ineffectiveness of city management. An opposite orientation of the development of occupied and neighboring liberated cities, causing the brutality of the deliberate destruction of more successful cities. What's about mass housing estate? What is the main way? Let's discuss later. To capitalist neighborhoods, to European neighborhoods with different, of course, meaning attached by local authorities, by residents, by developers, back to socialist after post-socialist, to think about new socialist mass housing estate, or back to normality, as also Nina Gribart from Darmstadt University mentioned that our city should it's normal if our city will shrink in it's normal, and it's post-industrial stage for our cities, or Soviet heritage conservation, touristification of such area. Of course, we should remember Harvey idea about fragmented urban fabric as a palimpsest of past forms superimposed upon each other and a collage of current uses. And also, let's think about two different ways to be locked in post-socialism, as Buzarovsky and Korostas mentioned, or say goodbye post-socialism, and in the famous movie Goodbye Lenin from German producer. Thank you very much for your attention, and if you have questions, you are welcome.
Thank you, Kostya. I wonder if anyone has any questions, any points, any thoughts, or we can move to Roxandra, I think is the next presentation. Any questions or contributions or ideas?
Yeah, maybe we will discuss it after all presentation or on the round table. We will see.
Yeah, perfect. That's great. So then, Roxandra, I know you are connected. So,
hello, everyone.
hi,
Can you see me?
Roxandra.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Yeah.
So, Roxandra, I don't know if you'd like me to introduce yourself or you're happy to introduce introduce you?
Whatever you prefer.
Yes, well,
Um,
Ruxandra is an urbanist, and she works with us in a sala in the School of Architecture in the University of Edinburgh. But you have a kind of more specialism on the historic environment, and you're part of the Center for Conservation Studies. So if you'd like to perhaps add any more to that kind of brief overview from me, please go
Thank
ahead.
you. Thank you, Sole. It's great. I'm going to start by sharing my screen, I guess.
That's great.
1 second. Can you see my slides?
Yeah.
Can you see them full screen or?
No, not yet.
No.
So we can
Okay,
see.
1 second. Option. I'll make first full screen and then share.
Okay.
Okay. Share screen, full screen, share. Can you see them as full screen now?
Yeah.
Great, thank you.
It's coming up. It's just
So
this.
I do specialize in the historic built environment, particularly urban conservation. So I'm going to give you today a brief overview of some key kind of moments, if you want, over the 20th century that resulted from the post-war situations in Europe in new approaches to urban conservation and the way it has been dealt with this kind of situations historically. So it's really a historical heritage perspective for post-war reconstruction, because I think there are some things that we can learn from there, and also we can see how these heritage conservation approaches are generally reactive. So in general, you need to lose heritage in order to have any advancements, if you want, in the kind of theory and practice of heritage conservation. Historically, it has been a very reactive kind of situation rather than a proactive one. We are increasingly looking at studies and guidelines that try to deal with this situation. And as you know, we have now risk management guidelines produced by ICOMOS and ICROM, for example, and ways in which we can kind of preempt the destruction of cultural heritage. Especially because in the modern period, we see a lot of pressures from kind of normal development as well as extreme situations of natural disasters or man-made war situations that resulted in a lot of loss of heritage over and especially urban heritage. So this will be my focus for today. Second, I'm trying to change my slide. I think it's changed now. And I want to remind you that the beginnings of modern heritage protection and conservation have their roots in the French Revolution and the distractions that resulted from the popular movement at the time, and the kind of realization that the heritage is not only a heritage of the elites, but it's actually linked to the identity of to the cultural identity of peoples and people and nations and societies and different communities. So we have at first in this kind of period in the 19th century and especially towards the end of the 19th century, beginning of the 20th century, a number of scholars working on concepts of heritage. In particular, I think Alois Riegel is very important from our point of view because in his work, Der Mord an Denkmalkultus, the modern cult of monuments. He looks at what means we have to assess what is and what is not heritage. So historically, heritage was seen as something that has, first of all, age values and things that survive from previous periods, from previous cultures. Also, things that are beautiful. So we have an appreciation of the aesthetic value. And Alois Riegel theoretizes that beyond that, we have other kind of values that contribute to what makes a monument, what makes heritage, and that there are two main categories that we should kind of consider now at the beginning of the 20th century. The intentional monuments, the ones that were already kind of recognized because they were meant to have a memorial value, and the unintentional monuments, the ones that became heritage by virtue of their survival through time, and if you think about things that are meant to be temporary or to have a short lifespan, but then if they survive, then they are even more appreciated. So it's this idea of the unintentional monument. And in the same way, we can think about the urban fabric. We have specific buildings such as the religious ones or the ones that represent the local community, the town hall and things like that, that are usually built from the better materials, that are built to last. But also we have a more common kind of building stock of residential buildings, for example, that when they survive from previous centuries, from previous historical periods, they become appreciated for that reason. So the age value helps to build up this unintentional monuments category. We also have, and I've put up here for you on the slide a few other theorists that build up in this period of the end of the 19th century, beginning of the 20th century, a fuller kind of theoretical background to what we call today urban conservation. So that is the conservation of the urban fabric, the conservation of the urban setting, as opposed to the conservation of individual urban monuments. Okay, so we have in Italy Gustavo Giovannoni, whose writings start from 1913, but were published in the 1930s as a book, Vecchie città ed edilizia nova, so old cities and new buildings, which is one of the first and key texts that really deal with this idea of the urban fabric being a dynamic setting, a dynamic fabric, and the fact that an urban conservation approach can enable both the conservation of cultural significance of those elements of the urban fabric that are important from a cultural point of view, and new development as is needed for the evolution of the urban fabric. On the other hand, we have also in Italy Camillo Boito, we're putting the question of our old monuments to conserve or to restore. There is this discussion between keeping or preserving. Conservare in this context, it means to preserve, and to restore means to bring to kind of restore to a known historical phase by both reconstructing parts that were lost and taking away parts that were added over time. Yeah, so it's the 19th century kind of Viollet-le-Duc understanding of restoration. I should mention actually that today when we speak about conservation, the word is really an umbrella term that covers a whole range of approaches or different degrees of intervention, and the kind of ideal situation that it's called the integrated urban and territorial conservation, and it's something that as an approach is part of planning, and it takes into consideration cultural significance and all the different values that make up that cultural significance, but in a kind of view of the developing, continuously changing urban setting. And last but not least, Gottfried Trujillo, his work on the conservation of monuments is one of the key works as well in moving on from the isolated monument into understanding urban fabric and historical centers, especially at the time. Now we are looking beyond historical centers, different areas, urban areas that are not necessarily the center, but they are important as areas as opposed to individual buildings or individual structures. And these people kind of help put the basis of the conservation in an urban conservation understanding. This is an image to exemplify the intentional and unintentional kind of monuments, from a monument that's built as a memorial, is the Column of Trajan in Rome, to unintentional monuments such as music manuscripts that, by nature of their materials, they are not meant to last, but because they lasted, they become very important pieces, and they are kept in archives and in museums. And likewise, the urban fabric, where you have, for example, tenements just off the Royal Mile that survived from previous centuries, and therefore they become important elements of an urban fabric and its kind of significance and character. Now, going into the 20th century, we have the two world wars that really marked the evolution of urban conservation, because on one hand, we have a crisis of national identities that was caused by the destruction of these world wars, and resulted in sometimes desperate attempts to kind of revive the genius loci by selective reproduction of historical settings that were destroyed during bombardments. And on the other hand, sometimes this is seen as a good opportunity by planners, politicians, architects, developers to be used as a tabula rasa approach. Tabula rasa meaning to start from scratch and basically to reorganize those parts of the city that were destroyed, and try to build a completely new center, a new part of the town, without any reference sometimes to the historic fabric that was lost there. This example in France shows us the historic core, which was reduced to rubble by the German artillery, and the squares were restored in the 1930s, with the town hall and 17th century buildings around the squares restored in an archaeological manner. So that is to replicate the buildings that were bombarded. Now it's true that their state was because their state of destruction was the result of such a catastrophe, and also because there was quite a lot of the original fabric still surviving. It meant it was a kind of choice of intervention that could be justified from a conservation ethics point of view as a as a reconstruction, because if you think about reconstruction as a method of intervention, I think we need to be careful to consider, where that is really necessary from a conservation ethics point of view, given that the town is not a museum but also a living place. So, once such a catastrophe takes place, there are kind of several things to consider, as well as cultural significance, to understand what could be the best kind of degree of intervention. If we look at the later situation during the Second World War, between the debarkation in May 1940 and the liberation in the summer of 1944, a good number of towns in northern France suffered the destructions of war, and in quite a lot of cases, then this was a good occasion to rethink it was seen as a good occasion to rethink the city, and it is arguable that this kind of tabula rasa approach, whilst seen as an opportunity by the planners and authorities in general, they can also be seen as a long-lasting traumatism by loss of heritage and familiar environment for the ordinary citizens of these places. Moving on into the example of the Badager Blitz in 1942. This is an example. In the picture you have a picture of Exeter after the bombardment. I suppose you know that the Badager Blitz was called like that because it systematically targeted English historic towns in response to the bombing of the Hanseatic League town of Lübeck. And it was called Baedeker after the tourist guides by German publisher Verlag Karl Baedeker, which were used to choose the targets. So cultural identity was the aim of the attacker. It was to destroy the cultural identity of the victim, but also at the same time, it posed this kind of crisis and a wish to reconstruct, as to cope with the distress of this kind of sudden loss. Eventually, after the Second World War, we have the UNESCO agreement, the Hague Convention of 1954, for the protection of cultural property in the event of armed conflict and subsequent protocols, the last one from 1999. Now, this convention was considering that the preservation of cultural heritage is of great importance for all peoples of the world and thus needs universal protection. So this is in general for any heritage as it is recognized and listed by the national governments. So this is separate from the protection of World Heritage, for example, which is the Convention of World Heritage, and that is a separate list of sites that are meant to be representative for all world's cultures. The Hague Convention is the object of the Hague Convention is the heritage of all the nations of the world as it is recognized by each of the nations through their own listing practices. For example, in Scotland, we have a list of scheduled ancient monuments. We have listed buildings, 3 categories, A, B, C, and we have designations of conservation areas. There are also a number of designations and different types of protection for nature heritage as well. This convention is widely referred as the 1954 Hague Convention, and it is the first and the most comprehensive multilateral treaty dedicated exclusively to the protection of cultural heritage in times of peace as well as during an armed conflict. It's meant to protect cultural property in general, including monuments of architecture, art, or history. So that includes kind of mobile objects in museums, archaeological sites, any other works of art, manuscripts, books, and other objects of artistic, historical, and archaeological interest, as well as scientific collections of any kind, regardless of their origin and ownership. So it is meant to be as broadly kind of applicable as possible. A quick example of that tabula rasa approach that was kind of prevalent in the 1950s architecture proposals. This is the Smithson's proposal for the bomb center of Coventry, showing the kind of I forgot the name. Lane in the Sky, I think it's called, Street in the Sky. Anyway, the complex kind of housing building over imposed onto the a photograph of an aerial photograph of the destroyed center. So this is from that kind of point of view of the tabula rasa proposals for reconstruction. But this kind of proposals also led to the development of new guidelines and legislation in Europe with the aim of facilitating an urban conservation approach as a response to the post-war destruction of European towns. And this kind of reconstruction, tabula rasa reconstruction trend, the most important and the earliest kind of laws regarding urban conservation are in Italy, where the Associazione Nazionale per i Centri Storico-Artistici was created in 1960 and adopted this so-called Gubbio Charter in the same year, which recommended an integrated approach to historic city centers, as well as the formulation of financial measures for its implementation while retaining the original community. This aim of retaining the original community is what we could today call a counter-gentrification measure. And arguably with the example of Bologna, which was the first kind of very large-scale integrated project applying these principles, eventually it was not possible to prevent gentrification. Gentrification of historic areas that are conserved still remains a major issue, and we don't have really a kind of a solid solution to something like that. It was followed very shortly after in 1962 by the so-called Loi Malraux, because it was promoted by Malraux, who was Ministry of Culture at the time. One moment, sorry. So this law amended the previous legislation for the protection of historical and cultural heritage in France, and it had the aim of facilitating restoration, conservation, as a response to both the post-war reality of French towns and to the reconstruction trend. Sorry. I'm sorry. Now, this Loi Malraux is very interesting because it has been both a heritage law, like a heritage protection law, but also an urbanism law, because it was promoting an urban theory that considers the urban dynamics that should be based on the existing town, but nevertheless understood as dynamics, as something that is in continuous change, not as something static. So it was not a way of protecting historical centers that would museumify them. Yeah, on the contrary, it opposed the tabula rasa approach of demolition and reconstruction of old quarters with administrative and financial tools that would allow instead their conservation. I'm sorry. Now, going back to conservation approaches, we have a range of interventions, as I was saying, and I think it's quite interesting to look at the 1944 situation in Warsaw, where the historical center was deliberately obliterated as punishment for the Polish resistance to the German occupation. And this was the culmination of years of wartime destruction and resulted in 90% of the urban fabric being erased in the historical center. Now, this was rebuilt immediately after the war as once again capital of Poland, and was done in a conservation paradigm heavily influenced by the agenda of the new political power. That meant that selected buildings were rebuilt as replicas of their pre-1939 originals, but most buildings have been in fact reconstructed to what they were or might have been in different historical periods. So this is not a reconstruction entirely of the pre-bombardment situation, but actually a selective reconstruction. Some of the buildings were reconstructed to in a kind of restoration paradigm where a specific phase from their history was choosing for reconstruction. And this resulted in the old town as a whole being reconstructed in an architectural form that never actually existed in the past. It was done using 18th century paintings, for example, which captured the zeitgeist of Warsaw's heyday. And these were used as sources for these reconstructions, despite of the fact that extensive surveys of the pre-war situation also existed. So it was a political choice to pick and choose which phases of the buildings were reconstructed, so that a specific image of Warsaw in its kind of heyday was achieved. Also, the original fabric that may have still, remained standing after the bombardment was further cleared to allow total remodeling of the interiors of these buildings. So we have a reconstruction of facades more than of the buildings as buildings, as entire units. So by reconstructing these ruined objects, these are kind of in conflict, if you want, with every principle of conservation that was in place, at the time of this reconstruction. But it was seen as motivated by what the community and the local actors, politicians, and local authority were seeing as a huge trauma for not only for Warsaw as a town, as a city, but also for Poland as its capital. So that's why they consider that it was a justified exception to the basic principles of conservation that are otherwise, respected. They say, I'm quoting here, they declare that the endeavor to reconstruct Warsaw Historical Center was led by the scale of the trauma suffered by its community. The tangible form taken by the reconstruction was a compromise of historical evidence and conservation principles with political interest. So having this in mind, we can see that the whole town of Warsaw was an act of urban conservation in its rather large sense, and not an attempt at archaeological reproduction, as Aldo Rossi, for example, considers it. And that this was all influenced by political ideology. So the ensemble, although the urban formal level is a replica of what had been destroyed, has its own existence and indeed authentic. It's authentic in that it is the creation of specific historical and geographical circumstances. And this is actually the justification for which the Historic Center of Warsaw was included in the World Heritage list as a reconstruction. So we see kind of the meaning of the reconstruction and the result of the reconstruction as from the political and ideological circumstances following the destruction as an important moment from a cultural point of view in itself. It was included in the 1980s, in 1980, sorry, in the World Heritage list, and you can see there the area of the center that was included. It was included under two criteria. Criterion 2, which is looking at the initiation of comprehensive conservation activities on the scale of the entire historic city as a unique European experience and a contribution to the verification of conservation doctrines and practices. And criteria 6, listing the center of Warsaw as an exceptional example of the comprehensive reconstruction of a city that had been deliberately and totally destroyed. The foundation of the material reconstruction was the inner strength and determination of the nation, which brought about the reconstruction of the heritage on a unique scale in the history of the world. So these are the definitions given to the listing of this reconstruction in the World Heritage list. Moreover, if we look at a situation where the reconstruction has happened over after a long lapse of time, because in the case of Dresden, which was destroyed as well in the bombing in 1945, and between this bombing and the reconstruction, we have a very long time lapse. We have a different situation, looking at it as a recreation or replication rather than a reconstruction. In the case of Frauenkirche, which we have here in the image, you can see there is kind of an attempt of at anastylosis. You can see the darker stones are the ones that were found in situ and then placed into the monument where they thought they may have been. Obviously, if you look at the type of stones, it's very hard to say exactly from where they were, except for very specific, molded kind of profiles and things like that. There are other stones that could have come from pretty much anywhere in the building. So whilst this is a reconstruction using all the documentation that existed about Frauenkirche before the bombardment, the urban area around it, the Baroque quarters, are actually a recreation. You can see that they have a kind of very general kind of visual resemblance to the Baroque urban, fabric, but they are rebuilt using completely new materials. A lot of the details are actually simplified. So and in many cases, again, buildings were not recreated to look like the buildings that were on that particular site before the bombardment, but sometimes, for example, interventions that were done in the 20th century, at the beginning of the 20th century, more kind of modernist buildings, were not recreated, but instead replaced with a continuation of the kind of Baroque-like, neo-Baroque facade of the building next to it, for example. Now, this kind of recreation is a choice of intervention that can only be justified in very exceptional cases as well, as a result of extreme situations. And in this case, I think there was a very kind of long discussion after the unification of Germany, after the fall of the wall. And it was seen again as a point of national identity and community identity to try to replicate the Baroque district. So this is something that is after a 50-year time lapse. It's still, debatable whether that was justified or not. Finally, I see a chat. We are running over time. Okay. Okay. Very last slide that I have is looking at the old bridge area in the old city of Mostar, inscribed in 2005 as well in the World Heritage List, again for the meaning of its reconstruction. This is meant to be seen as a renaissance, as a cultural renaissance, if you want, of the area and of efforts of human solidarity for peace and so on. So it's not about the historic value of the original bridge, but it's about the reconstruction and its value. Thank you very much. I think I stopped sharing here.
Yes, thank you, Alexandra. Sorry, it was just
yes, that's right. I just realized I don't see the time on the screen. Sorry about that.
No, don't worry. It's fine. It's good. It's just that we were kind of running late, and we would like to listen to Miles before having a break and everything.
Of course.
So I'll welcome Miles now. Miles Glendenning is a professor, director of the Center for Architecture Conservation. Is that right? And we will. He works a lot more in particular on mass housing. So Miles, is really useful to have you with us today. I'm not sure if you heard the beginning a little bit, but at least to know where we're coming from and what kind of areas we're trying to link. But welcome and thank you so much for joining.
Could I check that you can hear me okay?
Yeah, we can hear you. Yeah.
You can hear me, right? Okay, I'll just try the share screen button then and see now. Okay. Yep. Right. Okay, right. Can you see the screen with the housing display now, the PowerPoint?
Yeah, and if you
okay, I'll just move on to slideshow then. Okay, right. Is it now showing as the front page, the full page and everything?
It's not yet. It's just showing the PowerPoint program almost.
Okay, well I'm seeing that it is full page on my screen, so I think that's probably the best I can do. If that's
yeah. Don't worry. Yeah.
Okay, great. Okay, well, I'm also a colleague of Roxandra in the Scottish Centre for Conservation Studies. I'm a specialist in the history, research-wise, history of mass housing and its political and organizational context. I've just produced like this global coverage book that's in the middle there. And I've also just finished a book on the history of public housing in Hong Kong, which is a very sort of geopolitically burdened story. But in this lecture, I do want to focus especially on Europe. And what I want to do is to argue that the role of tangible cultural heritage in the development of a common Europe, specifically in the face of the now the Russian other to the east that now confronts everybody, that this needn't be confined to easily preservable traditional style monuments, but could also be potentially expanded by including one of the broadest categories of everyday built heritage, which is the vast areas of state-sponsored housing complexes built especially in tall apartment blocks and built especially in the post-war or the post-Second World War reconstruction decades between 1945 and 1990. I want to spend most of the talk in defining and characterizing this potential heritage, and especially stressing its combination of thematic unity and regional diversity. So very much echoing a point that Konstantin made earlier on in his talk, but at the same time guarding against the oxymoron style circularity that's always implicit in any kind of unity and diversity discourse. And then secondly, I want to talk rather more briefly about how, with its sort of immediacy in the lives of citizens, mass housing could potentially help in developing a common European vision of a locally embedded heritage for all, but at the same time cautioning that there are severe limits on its active patrimonialization. So it's a talk of mainly indirect relevance to today's theme of post-war stuff in Ukraine, although echoing some of the things that have been said already. The overall theme was inspired by this the central image, the global history of mass housing that was published last year, and it's a book that has a double focus: the modern state and modern architecture. It tries to tell the story of their interaction, really the way they interacted on a heroic scale over the past century in generating one of the more ubiquitous patterns of modern urban development. Contrary to the prevalent narratives of mass housing as a force of overwhelming global sameness, the book takes a different standpoint, and one which again very much echoes what Konstantin said earlier on, and which is significantly influenced by the historical concept of multiple modernities. And this argues that recent centuries have been a time not of suffocating homogeneity in modernity, but of ever proliferating unique expressions of modernity. It contests the idea of a single overpowering meta-narrative, and it argues that modernist mass housing, far from a monochrome desert of uniformity, was a global landscape of riotously colorful variety and complexity, responding both to the diversity of the modern state and also the countless permutations of sort of everyday modernist architecture. And architecturally, while the modern movement made...
Miles, are you switching slides?
Say it again?
Are you
Well, I'm actually I've just switched onto my second slide. I'm just wondering, should I just come out of the, wait a sec, I'll just come out of the slideshow if I can, because, right, I'll just go right through my slides and come out of it. And then what I suggest that we do, what I suggest we do is that you actually change the slides for me. Would that be possible? Because it looks as if this is...
I can share my screen. I have your presentation on. So I can share
Okay,
and you can tell me.
So I'm now on slide 2 across Europe and the world. So I'm just
yeah, just give me a moment.
So if you stop,
to share my screen.
if you stop sharing, Maritina, you can share your screen, and then that might.
Yeah, and then if I can then see what are the images that are showing. So I'll reduce my thing. Yeah, okay, right. So that's the slide we're looking at the moment. And so I'll just simply say next slide when I need next slide. Okay, so we'll just stick with that for the moment. So the local diversity of modernism, what I'm arguing, it stemmed not from a kind of vernacular folk tradition, but from the interaction of professional organized groupings and bodies, including private and publicly employed designers, as well as the growing impact of official institutions and regulations. And I'll come back to all that in a second. So next slide, please. But these diverse microecologies need to be more widely contextualized, as otherwise the danger is of a national silo mentality and historical interpretation. Accounts in France have tended to focus, for example, on the grand ensemble and what does that mean and so on. In the former USSR on prefabrication and standardization, and then going outside Europe in the USA on racial stigmatization, etc., etc. So any stress on local and national specificity has to be combined with continuous efforts to correlate these sort of micro-narratives with one another and to identify key transnational themes. Next slide, please. The most urgent of these themes was the question of why and for whom mass housing was built in the first place, a question that inspired idealistic rhetoric of, mountains of rhetoric of social need alongside pragmatic political motives, and featured huge disparities between individual countries' organizational effectiveness and also a vast diversity in the state agencies and the tenurial approaches involved. Next slide. Within the developed world after 1945, almost all the existing states of the capitalist and the state socialist orbits, the first and second worlds, had developed their own distinctive patterns of social provision and housing production, energized by strong state intervention and new collective values. The underlying agenda to use housing to define membership of the imagined community of national society, but the results in each country and even often each city varied radically. And these ideological patterns constantly interplayed with shared themes, including not least the fluctuating social and political definitions of the housing problem. Next slide. There was constant debate about the optimum targeting of state-led housing campaigns, who should be the recipients. Left and right often fed off each other, doctrines like the Catholic-dominated Christian democracy competing with socialism and communism appropriating capitalist organizational ideologies like Fordist hierarchical mass production. Organizationally, there's a wide variety of financing and organizational regimes. Some were direct agencies of the state itself, whether they were area-based, national or municipal, and this included the unique, the so-called council housing system that predominated in Britain and in Ireland, under which municipalities directly built and rented out public housing, which wasn't really found much elsewhere in Western countries. But it also included functionally based efforts like the housing projects directly built by government factories and enterprises under state socialism. Next one, please. More typical in Western Europe were private philanthropic or cooperative agencies with state support. Some of these systems were highly centralized, like France's program of post-Beaux-Arts, the Grand Ensemble, the large-scale industrialized construction. Very different was the fantastic continuity in West Germany's very decentralized and rather practical housing policy from ultimately the 1890s right through to the 1980s, a rather sort of tenure neutral and emphasizing also a very controlled private rental system. Also the striking chronological evolutionary jumps in Italian mass housing from the low-tech vernacular in a casa in the Christian Democrat 40s and 50s to utopian scale or industrialized complexes in the 60s or 70s. But all of them a mixture of often urgent political forces and pragmatic, idealistic, built form specificities. Next slide, please. So here we're beginning to stray into architecture. Now here too, individual countries develop their own variants of the universal formulae of international modernism. Now it's of course undeniable that post-war mass housing architecture was significantly shaped by the avant-garde concepts of modernist pioneers, notably Le Corbusier or the younger Team 10 grouping who advocated sort of dense cluster planning and so forth. But I think we do have to always beware of excessive reification of architectural creativity in this field. I think much more significant are relatively impersonal contextual factors like land control, density. Oh no, just stick with the previous one if you could. Yeah. land control, density pressures, or building or industry organization. On the ground, the multiple modernities of mass housing architecture simplified and mixed together the main elite concepts, especially tall towers and open space, in countless local permutations. Next slide. The most fundamental elements in these permutations were basic choices of building patterns, and particularly between high apartment blocks and single-family dwellings, or even more fundamentally, location between straightforward new development on the city outer peripheries, which was assumed to be the norm by the overwhelming majority of Western and Eastern European states. I mean, for example, in Italy, with its sort of developments of ex-urban shanty towns, or of course throughout the Soviet socialist world of all these vast areas on the city outskirts. So that's on the one hand. Next slide, please. And then on the other hand, the preoccupation in English-speaking countries, for various reasons, with inner dilapidated, inner urban industrial housing, leading to a huge emphasis on radical surgical slum clearance in inner cities, which is a pattern which in Europe was largely confined to Britain. Next slide, please. Some of the modernist sort of variants perpetuated elements from pre-modernist phases of housing, including repetitive staircase access, sectional plans adapted from late 19th century tenements in Europe, and like we have in Scotland, into the universal formula in the USSR of the sectia planning, or on the other hand, the external gallery access blocks of 19th century philanthropic London, which ultimately lay behind the post-war era's avant-garde deck access concepts, as well as the more everyday Galerijbouw blocks that predominated in the Netherlands and elsewhere. So the architectural history of modernist mass housing, forgetting, Corbusier and stuff, is really an exercise in micro history as much as in global macro history. Next slide, please. So these strong micro-regional specificities were played out against the backdrop of kind of regional common themes of organization and architecture. So kind of aggregated subdivisions within Europe as a whole, whose common features only accentuate the individuality of the countries and cities. So, for example, in the Low Countries, where the common social organization by so-called sectarian pillars or verzuiling highlighted the difference between laissez-faire Belgium and the ultra-planned Netherlands. Next slide, please. Even in Scandinavia, supposedly one of the most homogeneous regions in its nature-orientated, empiricist, post-war housing architecture and common welfare background and stuff. But the architecture on the ground varied hugely from the massive arrays of tall blocks in Sweden's Miljon program to, next slide, please, to landscape low-rise, high-density in Denmark. And then next slide. Scattered forest blocks in Finland, and then isolated high-density schemes among vast expanses of timber-detached houses in Norway. That's the next slide, please. And then on to the next slide, rather all concrete, rather blocky, sort of relatively treeless schemes in Iceland. So let's go on to the next slide now, please. But what's perhaps more striking than all this rather blatant Western diversity is that when we move on to the so-called second world of state socialism, despite all the preconceptions of communist grey homogeneity, a similar pattern applies here too. And I'll come back in a second to the direct relevance of this to the, what's now been thrown up by the Ukraine war situation in a minute. But in terms of the historical research of this, within the now increasingly well-researched area of the mass housing of the USSR, the strong variations within housing organization, the tension between all the various state enterprises are now well appreciated. In the design field, the powerful city design institutes offsetting, grand pan-Soviet narratives like the Khrushchev's post-1955 rejection of Stalinist ornamentation for industrial approach, and then countless regionally specific standard series, and, for example, the many inventions of the Kyiv Design Institute and its architects. And next slide, please. And then even within the more immediate Soviet satellite bloc, very varied organizational solutions, like the emphasis on co-ops in Poland and in Czechoslovakia and the DDR, often eccentric design outcomes of these, like the Polish wave blocks in Gdansk, or the aluminium-clad Invalidovna experimental block in Prague at the top, all these ingenious attempts in the DDR to adapt Plattenbau to historic context. And then next, please. But among those European countries that had openly split from the USSR, in Romania and Yugoslavia, there were even greater divergences. So in Romania, a shift towards greater state centralization and so-called systematization in the late socialist years was bound up with a unified formula of grand modern boulevards. Next slide, please. Whereas in Yugoslavia, the strongly individualistic built forms of the mass housing program were shaped by an escalating national ethos of decentralization and incessant reorganization, amounting eventually to almost to anarchy, and then, ultimately what that then led to. Now, Romania and Yugoslavia, as non-Soviet socialist states, kind of lead onto the issue of the challenge that faces us now since February 2022, the challenge of what does this state socialist heritage mean as heritage? What can it possibly mean? Any idea, as in Western Europe, of just simply having a kind of simple unity and diversity principle has a new and particular problem, as historically, in contrast to the West, where people have said, oh yes, there's a sort of unifying force of Americanization. Well, historical research proves that Americanization in any European countries has severe limits. So in contrast to that, the state socialist world did have a strong center in the USSR, which is Russia and Moscow, and which has now set itself against all the rest and turned itself into the other. So the mass housing heritage of the socialist bloc, and I'm saying the kind of European and Soviet socialist bloc, and excluding Maoist China, which is obviously something totally different housing patterns. Now it's divided into two parts. From having been one, it's divided, our bit and their bit. And having changed, possibly a rather silly metaphor, but from a solid cake into like a donut, where with a big hole in the middle. The challenge we have to set is now arguably is in the identity of unity and diversity of what's left now is a non-Russian unity and diversity, a unity and diversity maybe of the socialist periphery, which is where I think Yugoslavia and Romania are actually quite interesting, because there's nothing, they were there already. There's nothing remotely, in inverted commas, Russian about their mass housing. And, perhaps it's an interesting pointer to some sort of way forward. So anyway, that's a brief characterization of the kind of concepts of the unity and diversity of the post-war mass housing in Europe. In the remaining few minutes, I'd like to briefly consider how all this might fit into contemporary apparatus of heritage. So given, as we've seen, these two currents in public housing architecture, which is the strong organizational autonomy in production, and then the strong diversity in design, generated this sort of vernacular diversity. If coupled to its role as a backdrop of people's everyday lives, potentially it could make it highly suitable as an emotionally resonant field of heritage. Next slide, please. But of course, this now returns us straight into the problem of that faces us today post February 22. As at its most dramatic, the kind of resonance of mass housing could become linked with concepts of collective survival, as with the symbolic role of housing in the 1930s defense of Red Vienna, or the position of housing in Ukraine at the moment. What could it symbolize? in terms of not only national survival and national identity, but also some more pragmatic things like the way in which, contrary to assumptions in Britain in particular, that housing built of large prefabricated panels is very susceptible to progressive collapse. Actually, quite a lot of these scenes seem to show us that buildings in prefabricated systems have a surprising resilience, even when hit by bombs or missiles, and they've been assumed in Britain since what's called the Ronan Point disaster of 1968 to just be susceptible to just simply completely collapsing. So mass housing programs can also express existential motivations in a less violent way. And for example, in Hong Kong and Singapore, where heritage of mass housing from the 70s onwards is really an essential precondition to peaceful decolonization, and in the case of Singapore, nation building. Next slide, please. But at the same time, there is a major organizational obstacle to the patrimonialization of the vast environments of mass housing, namely their incompatibility with the conventional doctrines of preservation. The traditional art historical arguments of artistic merit and rarity channels any official mass housing protection towards grossly unsuitable, old-fashioned hierarchies of art historical esteem and heritage valorization. To take one example, that of England, in the attempts at the listing of public housing there since around 1990, it's only been the most architecturally elitist aspects of council housing that have been reflected in the listing of high-rise blocks. And I'm talking about England. That's rather different from our position in Scotland. And there, 16 separate multi-story public housing complexes have been listed since the mid-1990s. No less than 13 of these are in London, and most of them are designed by kind of eminent private designers, rather than reflecting the rather strong diversity of organizational and everyday building patterns of post-war council housing. Next slide, please. Area protection is only possible under this system by listing each individual building, with really ridiculous results in this one particular case in Newcastle. Our position in Scotland is a little bit different, as I'll explain in a minute. Next slide, please. Perhaps this restricted approach merely reflects the reality that, with only a few exceptions, like the still lovingly preserved complexes in Red Vienna, maybe some of the equally lovingly maintained housing areas in places like Denmark, it's impracticable, both in resource and reputational terms, to systematically preserve these environments through the mechanisms and values of heritage, as opposed to simply looking after them as built substance, which, as Konstantin pointed out, in the case of socialist housing areas, is to some extent what's happening, because they have a social mix, and they're generally still not seen as stigmatized in any way. So that's possibly the most practical way forward. Next one, please. So I think also the fact that in the case of not only complexes that are subject to war damage, like in Ukraine, but in elsewhere that are facing radical redevelopment, one possible substitute is an agenda of systematic recording, where a much broader and more inclusive approach is possible. And for example, Docomomo, the International Modernist Heritage Organization, and actually the very name is documentation first and then conservation. And then next slide, please. Equally, it could be, issue-related records like interviews with key actors, research data from archives and record offices. Here's a selection of, well, largely ex-socialist actors, although there's one who's straight in from Hong Kong on the right. Next one, please. Docomomo's main recording effort on mass housing, in collaboration with Edinburgh University, is the online open access Docomomo International Mass Housing Archive, which is on something called DataShare in Edinburgh University, containing about 30,000 recent images of mass housing across the world. And just to be sort of topical, here's the header page for Ukraine. Next one, please. The all-inclusive approach potentially possible with systematic recording is also seen in some government inventory efforts in Western Europe, like the detailed online database of all social housing estates in Flanders that was compiled about 5 years ago by the Flanders government's Agentschap Onroerend Erfgoed. Next one, please. Or in the academic field, for example, Edinburgh University's Tower Block UK database, which provides data and images of all post-war multi-storey public housing in Britain, about 4,500 blocks, without any discrimination by sort of reification of architectural status. Next one, please. On the preservation front, I think also the old-fashioned elitism of official heritage designation is being undermined from a populist direction by growing links with social radicalism and opposition to gentrifying regenerations like this notorious case in London. Next, please. And this is my last slide, or more optimistically in Scotland, in the recent successful listing of 3 complexes of social housing tower blocks in Aberdeen and a follow-on campaign in Glasgow. So, but despite these, I think overall it could still be said that the main role of mass housing as a common cultural heritage, whether in a post-war reconstruction context or in a more stable peacetime context, might be most easily in the area of recording rather than preservation. But maybe that's something that we, can go on to discuss later on in the workshop. So thank you very much. Cheers.
Thank you so much, Miles. That's really helpful. I was just trying, Kostya, I'm sure you found that really useful, but I was just trying to think, what can we do with all these databases, all this information in a way, and how can we contribute to it as well in terms of the whatever happens, now. I don't know, Kostya, if you had any thoughts, but I think it's really helpful to hear about that research. The other point I had was in relation to the process, not just the allocation, but also the kind of decision making around the production of mass housing and how that could help thinking the reconstruction of Ukrainian cities. I'm not sure if you had any thoughts, Miles, about that. Who is responsible and how we can make decisions.
Well, I mean, I don't really know. I'm sadly much about the situation on the ground at the moment in Ukraine in relation to housing areas. Really, I mean, there've been some Docomomo events, but I think things are just moving quickly. And I mean, we've had 1 or 2 lectures both about active reconstruction, but also about recording. We had it. I was at a conference in Prague recently about kind of similar issue to this, where a guy called Alex Bykov was giving a very detailed report on attempts to salvage architectural archives that included a lot of everyday. So that's a kind of slightly in parallel to what to do to the buildings. But no, I mean, I wouldn't claim any specific expertise in. I think it's, yeah.
Yeah, I was referring more comparing to the kind of history of allocation. What can we learn from that to the thinking about the future of housing in Ukraine, but not precisely to know what is happening now, but how can we influence the change? But I think it's really interesting.
I mean, I suppose the Ukraine, like other socialist countries, has ex-socialist countries. Having had the much greater social mix of people in terms of allocation policy to housing, it starts off with a totally different, the Western countries that are all moving towards some degree of, or have moved towards some degree of stigmatization. And so it's, I think to some extent in social terms, post-socialist countries start off with an absolutely enormous advantage. But in terms, on the other hand, of the gradual dilapidation of the housing stock, the housing stock is not under any pressure for mass demolitions or anything like that, because in the way that it is whether in countries like in Britain, for example, there are low demand places where blocks are just being knocked down because they're unwanted, like in Glasgow, and then there's high demand areas opposite to that in London where they're knocked down because property developers want the sites. Now, I can't imagine, with the huge extent of post-socialist housing, that's, those pressures are probably not going to, I don't know.
Yeah, thank you very much, Miles, for your fascinating presentation, and this emphasizing on diversity from Scandinavian to USSR heritage in mass housing. Unfortunately, I am not so familiar with Docomo I think we can discuss this perspective also in our workshop. But anyway, we have schedule and so many next presentation, and maybe if Miles, you will have time to join us at the next stage, it will be great.
Yeah.
Yeah, and very useful for us to reconsider and to look for future, and not just in terms of war destruction, but rather as a heritage of from that epoch of industrialization of city development in terms of mass housing production. And now my suggestion to have break as about half of hour.
We do actually have, I mean, one thing I should point out, and I don't know whether he's registered at the moment, but one of our staff members at ESALA, Dmitry Zadorin, who's from Belarus in the Netherlands, is a real expert on the whole issue of the standardized Soviet housing environment and it would be interesting to sort of bring him into this in some way. I mean, he's
yeah, he has expressed an interest in this collaboration a few times. So we mentioned, and we have kept him on the loop of any activities and events that we've done. But absolutely, this is to grow. The whole point of the lab, in a way, is that it creates opportunities for academics to come together and develop their own research questions.
It would be nice also if we, within ESALA, possibly if our conservation thing could get alongside the USD in really, because I think this is really a great initiative, and I'm sure we could participate in that,
Absolutely, I think it is great, and yes, I'm not sure if there are any students from conservation who have signed into this, but
we do have one, yeah.
But I think it's really useful to work to learn as we go and make sure we build these ideas in these initiatives over time. And this is the second time. It's different from the first one. We can work together for the third one, next year. And in the meantime, we're working in the development of research that comes from these discussions. So in a way, research questions that emerge through these discussions that can then be kind of developed with academic and early career researchers and students, and then we can build from there into the kind of more information that supports this event. So there's a paper that we shared with everyone that we developed from last year, and hopefully next year there'll be more. I think there's a student who is in conservation, Leslie, so she's connected. So okay, so let's have a break, half an hour, so maybe about 10 to we can come back, 10 to 1 here, and then maybe 10 to 4.
Can I just say about the so I'm going to launch a poll here on Zoom for the students who are interested in who are planning to stay for the whole workshop, all 3 days, and participate also like actively in the task that we're going to give. Please fill it out. This goes for the students here, but also the students online, to fill it out so we can kind of keep track of who is going to stay and who is going to participate, so we can split you into groups and you based on the themes you have selected. Okay, so I'm going to launch it now, and you can fill it through the break. And we'll see you out in half an hour.
Perfect. Thank you. Thanks, everyone. Okay, see you soon.
Thank you for filling the gap, Sole. I just needed to mute and unmute things to make it work. All right, so today I'm just going to do a brief presentation of the little research I had done as part of my dissertation for the course that we are now teaching, the MSc, the Urban Strategies and Design, and it was on a very hot topic at the time in Athens that concerned the housing and the integration of asylum seekers in Athens. The dissertation was conducted in the summer of 2020. And at the time, there were a lot of changes. But I will give a little bit of context as part of the presentation. So, so if you haven't heard of that, in the summer of 2015, we had what was called the refugee crisis. It was the summer of the refugee crisis in Europe, which was basically between the summer of 2015 and the summer of 2016. We had the highest inflows of immigrants and refugees are arriving illegally illegally in Greece and into the most of the Mediterranean countries that were trying to reach Europe because of mostly the war in Syria. Why is it not changing? This was like the beginning of the refugee wave, but it became a crisis for Greece particularly, because in order to stop that massive inflow of immigrants, two very important decisions and events took place. The first one was the closure of what was called of the Balkan route, which was basically the route that most of immigrants were taking from Greece to access Northern Europe. So the decision was to just close the borders of Greece with the Balkans. That happened in February of 2016, and then in March of 2016. The European Union made a deal with Turkey in order to stop those inflows, to Turkey received funding in order to make a better job in guarding their borders, and also like returning some refugees. It was a very complicated situation, but that caused a crisis because as part of these two decisions, we had about 60,000 newcomers trapped in Greece. Up until that point, most of these people did not want to stay in Greece and they wanted to move forward to Northern Europe. But with these two decisions, they were trapped in Greece, so now they had to be housed in some way. Athens has been a key location for all of this crisis, because from whatever entry point they were coming, on one point or the other, they would end up in Athens for the paperwork and any other bureaucratic procedures. So at this point, we had 20,000 people located only in the municipality of Athens, not just the metropolitan area. At the time, Athens was not just facing a refugee crisis; it was also facing it was in the middle of an economic crisis that was affecting the city. Therefore, there was an urban crisis. And it has started experiencing the effects of climate change, and there were other issues of energy crisis because of the upcoming of the changes with in the prices of gas and so on. So the refugee crisis was another layer in this multiple crisis that the city was facing. At that time, before the economic crisis in Athens had started, Athens was in the process of being gentrified, and there were a lot of urban renewal projects going on in the city center. But the economic crisis interrupted this process of gentrification, leaving unfinished issues. This is a very good map showing here with the location of the areas that gentrification was going on, and those that the gentrification was kind of halted, and how during the economic crisis these areas became also areas where there were a lot of still like the effects of the gentrification did not happen, and people were still struggling. And because of that, there was a lot of rise of racist incidents, because at the time we also had the rise of the Golden Dawn Party, which was the far right expression of political expression at the time. But also in the same areas during the refugee crisis, we had lots of squats and detention centers as well for the refugees. So it was the location was very centrally in the municipality of Athens in relation to the metropolitan area. Also, at the time, because of all this economic crisis, in the municipality, very centrally, we had the phenomenon of vacant properties that belonged to people who weren't able to maintain them anymore. So they were left vacant, they couldn't be rented, but there was also properties from owned by not just by individuals, but also by the state, because there was a shrinkage of the government services and departments. So lots of public buildings were also left vacant. And we had issues of black holes of abandonment in the public space, because lots of ground floors were also emptied, apart from properties in upper floors. This was back in 2015. So at that time, because of all these forces taking place, it was just the beginning of the invasion, let's say, of Airbnb. Because lots of people were trying to generate income, and lots of properties were, lots of these vacant properties were being taken over by Airbnb or the Golden Visa program, which was at the time at its very beginning. Now, I don't know, almost 10 years later, we have a very different picture of how many red dots we have in this map, and how many of those are Golden Visas, how many are Airbnbs. It's a very different picture. So just keep in mind that that's what I said. It's a little bit, the images here are relevant to the data are relevant to the time that the refugee crisis and the need for housing for refugees and asylum seekers was happening. So we have the invasion of Airbnb happening, of tourists started coming and being interested in Athens because there was a lot of promotion as a very affordable destination. And in the same time, we had all this vulnerable population need for housing, and there were very different strategies taking place at the time. So there were a lot of emerging questions of how these different groups of incomers, if we say that we have the incomers of the refugees and the incomers of the tourists, how they differently were treated at the time. So a lot of questions were being raised of who has the right to the city in the era of globalization and multiple crises. What is the concept of citizenship, and who is considered a citizen in under the concept of a global city? what are the rights of the newcomers to access and integrate their host cities. And therefore, I personally kind of was interested in how this right to the city can be translated then into housing and social spatial integration strategies for the particular vulnerable group of asylum seekers. I say asylum seekers and not refugees because these are as part of the research. There needed to be this distinction between those two groups because they have, even though they may be because they have different rights, and the rights that they have, depending on this title that they are given, kind of defines how what kind of access they have to the city, to housing, to employment, and so on. In comparison to refugees, asylum seekers are people who are seeking of international protection but have not claimed yet the refugee status. So they're not declared as refugees yet, and therefore they don't have access to maybe the rights that refugees have, because they are in a state of waiting to be granted that that title, and therefore they cannot access housing as refugees, employment as refugees, or other benefits as refugees. Still, they needed to be housed, and because housing is supposedly a human right, therefore I was looking what kind of housing do these people need in order to be able to be socially integrated after they have been as part of the process of being recognized in the future as refugees, but also not being during their waiting period, not being kind of isolated and marginalized. So issues of location, of quality of living conditions, safety, active agency, and empowerment came out as very significant parameters to consider. For my research, I looked specifically at the municipality of Athens because there was this concentration of issues and of population. And within that, I looked at the formal accommodation options that were given and also the informal. So for the formal ones, we had the open reception centers and the program of Estia at the time that was organized by UNHCR. Whereas on the informal side, we had the grassroots shelters that were in abundance at the time, as well as refugee squads. And I got to interview different people who were involved in these different types of, in the organization of these different types of accommodation. At the time, there had a lot of limitations in terms of how I conducted my research, because it was the first summer of COVID. Therefore, I couldn't travel to Athens. I had to be in the distance. And that raised more ethical implications of doing online research with asylum seekers as a vulnerable group. And we were also at the time, that was 2020. So between 2015 and 2020, there was a lot of research going on about the refugee crisis. So the people who were on site working on these things were exhausted talking to researchers about those things. They didn't want that anymore. But there was also a lot of ongoing socio-political events in Greece that they were affecting the people who were involved in the refugee solidarity movement, which was at the time affected because there were a lot of, we had a new, very conservative government that was trying to eliminate any actions at the solidarity level. So the first challenge was to kind of map who was involved in the housing and the social integration in Greece. And this is a diagram from the OECD report in 2018. This was a very, very complex top-down situation with lots of entities involved, producing different types of partnerships and targeting different types of needs for the asylum seekers. But I kind of tried to put an order into that and look only at who is involved in the formal accommodation system, starting from the EU level, who was at the time funding a lot the different ministries in Greece. And the different ministries produced different, were in charge of the different types of facilities, either the reception centers, the camps. But still, it was a very piecemeal situation. So it wasn't a very concentrated thing, and there were issues of coordination between all these departments and issues of continuity between initiatives. Specifically for the asylum seekers, the accommodation options were kind of limited and precarious. So I was trying to kind of map what was the whole journey from crossing the borders to finding housing in Athens. So by the time they crossed the borders, they would stay for an unknown amount of time in the reception and identification centers, also known as hotspots, where they would start their registration for their asylum process. And by the time the official registration would be completed, they would then receive some cash assistance. When they received that cash assistance, usually they left the hotspots and usually went to Athens to find some type of employment, some type of housing, depending on their needs. So sometimes, depending on their conditions, if they were vulnerable people like women, children, or elderly, they could be transferred in the open reception centers in the mainland. And from there, they would either be granted the refugee status and then be given temporary accommodation at the Helios program, who was the UNHCR program, or they would be transferred to an Estia apartment, which was another program for temporary accommodation and waiting for their refugee status. Some of them, those of them who were not part of this vulnerable population, they will need to find self-accommodation. That meant independent accommodation or homelessness or stay in squats. And some of them will be just left in the at the hotspots for their asylum, because that was like I think the worst option, along with homelessness. So it was very common for them to get into this vicious circle of no exit. So they would come in the country, stay in the hotspots that were overcrowded, then be moved to overcrowded camps. And because they were overcrowded, they would leave them. So they would try to find accommodation into the two temporary schemes, from which would be evicted because it was only for a specific time, without giving any resources to be able to find their own housing, to be able to find employment. Therefore, they would end homeless or in squats, which would be then evicted and then would get backed into camps and so on and so forth. And this is because of all this situation. There were lots of needs that were being met, and this is where the refugee solidarity movement was not born. The solidarity movement was there for the local suffering from the economic crisis, but it was transformed into it was evolved in the refugee solidarity movement to cater the needs of that particular population who was at the time at the most crucial phase. I'm just going to move a little faster to that. I don't want to get into the details. So this is an analysis of the different formal accommodation types that were spread around Greece. These are what are known as hotspots, the first stop for the incomers. They were very popular because of the awful living conditions and the overcrowdedness. These are just some of the headlines of newspapers at the time, talking about hell living conditions and the isolation, the stigmatization, the human rights violation, and sexual and gender-based violence that women and girls were suffering by living there. And then I looked at the next step was the open reception centers, also known as refugee camps, which were spread around at the periphery of the metropolitan area of Athens in military land, and only one of them was located within the municipality of Athens. And this little diagram just shows who was involved in the organization and the maintenance of the place, and what was the place of the camp residents in terms of decision making, which was always very top down. So this is what they looked like. Lots of boxes living in containers in isolated areas, and maybe only the one in Eleonas, which was the one in the municipality, had maybe a few extra amenities because of its proximity to the city. So this is the STIA accommodation scheme, which was provided by the UNHCR for a specific amount of time for each person. I think it was 6 months, and they were giving apartments around different cities in Greece. Still a very top down. The recipient of that accommodation did not have any say of where they could live. And this is very basic apartments in cities throughout Greece or even within Athens, but in locations that could be very away from employment, for educational opportunities, and they didn't really provide any guidance and any other associated programs that could enhance the living conditions of these people and the integration process. But also at the time, we had a lot of grassroots shelters that were created around Athens. I got to get in touch with 2 of them that were in neighborhoods that were very close to the city center, and they were targeting very different groups. The one was about women with children, and the other one was about young men who ended up in very vulnerable group because they were the ones that were given no help on anything. And this group and this grassroots had a management staff and volunteers who were involved in the organizational issues, but also the people living in those places were involved in meetings that could take altogether decisions about how they would live all together, and what the needs were, and the rules and all that. So some of them also provided language lessons for the adults, Greek language lessons, but also language lessons for the children. They could provide training for employment. So they had their own little complementary initiatives to help with integration. And between 2015 and 2019, we had a rise in refugee squads, which was particular in areas very close to the city center, from initiatives that had taken over abandoned buildings and turned them into housing for refugees. They were of different qualities and different I don't know how to say, different aims behind each squad, but most of them try to incorporate, have people like the people who were involved in squatting in the initial squat of the building usually were kind of stepping back and let the refugees handle the squat after that was done, but they remained there for legal purposes. So the refugees could appropriate the place. They would build kitchens. So the local team of locals who had citizenship were there to accommodate legal issues and help them with the organization of the squad. But the refugees and the immigrants and the newcomers were just appropriating the space as per their needs. They were making decisions of how they would use them. So they had a very strong sense of agency. There were very strict rules because there were a lot of children living there and interacting with adults. So they were supposed to be a space where people respect each other. And of course, they all would care for the safety of the children. And the organization there was very horizontal. There were different assemblies dealing with different matters, different groups that worked on different maintenance, security, and all kinds of issues. And there were regular meetings to keep things working smoothly. Let's say they weren't always smooth, but there was this effort of being part of a large group of a decision-making process. And because of that, of this very strong sense of agency, people from different squads were also very involved in activism, local activism for women's rights, for local struggles. So it was a very different. They were very actively claiming also the right to the city through being present in the in these activist groups. I'm just gonna skip that. So this is how I kind of try to compare these different types of accommodation and in terms of their location, their living conditions, safety, active agency, and the sense of empowerment that offered to these people. And the refugee squads were ranking very high in terms of location, active agency, empowerment, and even safety. Maybe not so much the living conditions, but the living conditions were not great in any of these schemes. Maybe the STIA apartments, because they were more regular type of housing, and the grassroots shelters. So yeah, out of my findings, the squads were, as I said, the epitome of claiming the right to the city for the asylum seekers. The combination of housing with integration activities was crucial to help the asylum seekers stay productive during the waiting period for their asylum application, to develop new skills and prepare for independent life after the status recognition. The shelters and the squads provided the safe space and empowerment opportunities that women and children needed at the time. And the grassroots initiatives managed to offer a sense of community that extended further from the provision of shelter that the formal accommodation offered. So as part of the conclusions of that research, I just found that in terms of receiving housing and integrating asylum seekers, there needs to be an involvement of long-term community-centered strategies. There needs to be a collaboration between national and local authorities to provide assistance and support. In the planning of those strategies, local civil society and ethnic communities should be included to help identify the local needs. And that at the time there was an opportunity of urban development that could include the use of abandoned buildings and give incentives to landlords in order to contribute to the revitalization of these decaying neighborhoods with this incoming population. So this was the things back in 2020 as conclusions, and I just wanted to, as part of that, a little update, because it wasn't included in the presentation, that the latest initiative has been that ended in 2020, or no, sorry, in 2022, was Curing the Limbo, which was an urban innovative action program developed by the municipality of Athens in collaboration with the EU. And it was basically doing that thing of incorporating integration activities and that could develop training skills to refugees in exchange for housing. So if you're interested in that, you can look it up. I think the program is over now, so there are a lot of chances for interpretation of their success or not. But it was also focused on refugees, not asylum seekers, which is another detail. Yeah, that's all. I went very over time. Sorry about that. I don't know.
Thanks, Maritina. It's fine. We're all a bit over time, but I'll be next, and I'll be quite quick, I think. Anybody has any questions at this point to Maritina? I just no, I can't see any hands. Anybody? Okay, I think it's useful also in relation of what we have began very kind of just now began to discuss the opportunities that exist between the two experiences. So the experience that we have in Ukraine and the experience in Athens. So I think this is a good start for us to explore that area in the future. Can you see it as a full screen, or you can only see it as a... Yeah, okay, cool. So you have this paper, so I'll be really quick, but we have shared this paper with all of you. I think it's in the process of final editing for publication. And we wanted to share these ideas, which was something we developed together with Kostya, with Natalia, Maritina, and Nicolia over the last few months, and following the last workshop that we had. This was because we received a call from an academic journal in Spain, in the University of Zaragoza. And this call was about temporary use of space in urban areas. What does it mean, and how does it enable change in a way in terms of urban development? So because we had all this work ongoing in relation to understanding how the city is perhaps rethought and occupied by internally displaced people, by new forms of uses, by top-down approaches, and at the same time bottom-up strategies that think about alternative forms of using spaces. We really wanted to understand how these temporary uses may be generating opportunities for rethinking change. So particularly, we wanted to know what are the effects of herbicide that was mentioned before, and how this is causing loss of heritage, and how we can think about the kind of challenges related to these trends with the perhaps interventions and potential effects of internally displaced people in the process of conflict, but also towards the reconstruction. And we felt that some of the temporary uses that we were seeing, particularly the Ukrainian team were seeing in relation to space, could show different forms of interactions and decision-making processes between society and place, and these could be driving forms of thinking and making cities in the future that really connect with social inclusion and integration. So we wanted to understand a bit better what these cases, what these areas that were being transformed by internally displaced people, and from a kind of bottom-up perspective, what those areas meant to thinking about the urban processes that could lead Ukrainian cities' regeneration in the future. And in particular, we wanted to understand how these forms of occupation, temporary occupation, could be shaping up new forms of intangible heritage that could create cohesive ways of social interaction with the urban reconstruction of the future. So we first explored and there's a big literature on the paper which you can find, but we try to understand how temporary uses have been interpreted. And we discovered that they're interpreted in different ways. Sometimes it's something provisional and ineffective and of low quality that will not remain in a way, and sometimes as something maybe alternative to traditional and with an opportunity for long-term acceptance in urban interventions. But mostly what we were looking at is how in urban development these temporary uses may provide counter strategies and new pathways. We were really interested in understanding how this understanding very in depth these temporary uses could help us testing ground for better potential solutions that could become permanent, and could stimulate curiosity, particularly in relation to discovering new intrinsic forms of making places. And additionally, temporary urban interventions can provide interim solutions to urban development and management during the time of crisis. And this is where we have identified these case studies. And they might have an opportunistic nature in relation to mismatching the supply and demand between space and activities. So could be housing, commercial, public, urban space. But mostly what we were really interested on is how these temporary uses can be the response to, or can reflect intentions, interests from social groups, and can offer more than just a place to express, can offer new forms of empowerment and agency through these activities that may be spontaneous, but could lead to better participation, better social participation. So we explored in particular the literature around internally displaced people and temporality, trying to understand how these temporary uses for internally displaced have been thought more in an informal way, have caused tension, and mostly when they are becoming more permanent is where there is a kind of internal dynamic for relationship, agency, and also agreement between different groups and different areas of organizations making decisions in cities. And the idea of a kind of consent that emerges when these places could become more permanent. And there were different examples of sometimes temporary uses that have been then occupied and have become more of a permanent structure in the city. But of course, this also leads to certain fear of occupying spaces with temporary uses, because of this idea that perhaps it could become permanent, and what does that mean for the city, and the fear of the consequences on land uses of this temporary occupation in a way, or temporary uses. But often it has been a strategy that regeneration, urban development has used for new forms of, for changes in the way that areas in the city may be perceived, like waterfront regeneration, for example. But the most important, or what we were more interested about, is the capacity of temporary appropriation to develop or to challenge existing representations of power, and challenge existing relationships, and offer alternatives interpretations of ways in which we make place, and we experiment in relation to the management of place as well. So what we see is that through temporary occupation and appropriation, citizens can produce urban space beyond inhabitation, to gaining this idea of agency in the transformation. So we wanted to explore how this is happening, what are the perceptions of those experiencing this transformation in cities in Ukraine is taken forward, and how that it may influence this notion of further diversity, better quality of life, and this notion of common good that we were beginning to identify. And of course, this is very much more evident perhaps in times of increased displacement, when we have these citizens that are moving around cities, are kind of beginning to implement temporary practices, and redefine cultural heritage, tangible and intangible cultural heritage, and somehow begin to co-create culture in the new spaces, in new places where they are expressing their past and their history. So in relation to this literature, we started to understand, or try to understand, what we felt around the place attachment, related to the bonding of people to places, and how these could begin to express new feelings and experiences that result from displacement. In this case, particularly connected to crisis and herbicide, but how can this new form of place attachment, which we call displaced place attachment, can help understanding the connections that are made by migrants and their attempt to recreate place in the new city, and what does that mean for the rest of the city and the rest of the citizens. So we looked into two examples, and maybe Kostya can talk a little bit more about these two. The first one is the Mariupol Street, and the second is the Kherson Street, one in Lviv and in Ivano-Frankivsk. Kostya, would you like to explain this, or would you like me to?
Maybe briefly. Thank
Yeah.
you very much, Sole. To understand this concept or idea of displaced place attachment. One, first of all, it was interesting how dwellers or residents from Mariupol, from Kherson, that were occupied and destroyed, tried to reproduce their public spaces in new environment. First of all, Western cities in Ukraine are more conservative, and usually to protect new public spaces or new ideas from outside of this region. But in terms of IDPs, the city were open for new ideas. Please try. Why not? And first one, IDPs from Mariupol in city of Lviv. It was idea by mayor of Mariupol to organize such network of social assistance centers. Je suis Mariupol. I'm Mariupol in different cities, in particular the huge center in city of Lviv in small lane. But later, Mariupolians or IDPs from Mariupol decided to give new colors, new vision to this lane and or small street, and painted murals. Mural devoted to Mariupol, to history of Mariupol, with different stage from positive Mariupol before invasion, some discussion, and they way to home. They think about way to home, but now they temporarily here and try to occupy this public space for their use for in such other urban environment. And just in front of this assistance center, it was this mural. And then time by time, IDPs from Mariupol gathered here, communicate, and even celebrated Mariupol's Day here in this area. And it was interesting to discuss with locals from Lviv, what is your vision about this? Some of them, of course, say, I don't know, I have no idea about this small street, but more and more people walking in the city center just turn their heads, oh, something interesting, what does it mean? And then go through this mural and to try to be connected with this tragedy of Mariupol. And another case of city of Kherson, so-called Kherson Street. It was a new housing estate in the city of Ivano-Frankivsk that was occupied by IDPs from different cities, in particular from Kherson. And it was unarranged area. It was really just new vacant land. And, some commercial initiative push new public space emergence in this area. Firstly, owner of such cafe in space of coffee space in city of Kherson that was destroyed by shelling in city of Kherson. Now it was partly reconstructed and continue operation, but it was relocated to this area in city of Ivano-Frankivsk. It was the first point at this new unnamed street near new housing estate. But then next IDPs with the initiatives opened second, third, and other cafes and other shops. It was some kind of cluster of IDPs businesses, and they arranged this street for communication. And when we conducted interview with IDPs from Kherson, they said, yeah, if we would like to discuss each other, we prefer to go to this space. Also, the same situation. It was a more conservative city with some restriction for businesses outside of it. But in this case, it was open because usually Ivano-Frankivsk is a popular place to have many cafes in the city by locals. But here is IDP's business, but it pushed new public spaces. And what is the main idea? In both cases, initiated by different ways, from mayor or from grassroots initiative, and at the same time from art project or from commercial activity, the same. IDPs try to find these public spaces they have in destructed or occupied cities, and they reproduce such public spaces in new cities, and this way they give new or higher diversity of public spaces in such cities. And I hope, and our interview showed this, that in post-war period it will be survive in these cities with such new public spaces for not for IDP, for all city community, but at this stage it was public spaces to reproduce public spaces to which they are attached in their home cities. It means they take this place attachment with them and reopen in new cities. Maybe briefly about this case. And I give back the floor to Sole for
Because and I think it was perfect, and I think that's what you just mentioned are the conclusions. So how these emergent practices may lead to new forms of thinking and new forms of collaborating between local residents and migrants, but also between them both and decision-making structures in cities that in a way that we can create more diversity and inclusion in the transformation of places. But yes, further information is on the paper we shared with all of you, and we just wanted to make sure that you kind of understood our perspective on this paper. So we're going to now. I'm not sure if there are any questions, but we're going to now pass to the floor to
Olena.
Yes, Olena. Then I was just trying to remember Denisenko, who will talk about her PhD. Is that right, Olena? Is this the theme of your PhD, the rethinking socialist mass housing in Ukraine?
Yes,
So,
I'm here. Hello,
hello.
everyone. Hopefully you can hear me. I'm economic and social geographer, and mostly I'm focusing on the topics of the urban transformations and the urban planning instruments, urban planning conceptions, and ideas and actors standing behind these conceptions and practices of the transformations. This is not my part of my dissertation, but it's the part of my research. So today I would like to share with you some visions and some approaches by dipping into the idea of what was the socialist mass housing, why it is important for the future strategies of the rebuilding and renovation of the urban spaces and the housing, why it is important to understand what was the socialist mass housing and what are the main challenges around the process of its renovation and rebuilding. So today I would like to deep inside the conceptions around the socialist mass housing by illustrating it with some examples from Ukrainian cities, mostly examples from Kryvyi Rih and the socialist, so-called socialist city or soцмісто of Kryvyi Rih, where we can observe a lot of different approaches. And so hopefully I can illustrate the connection between the ideas of the housing as the socially, political, and ideological. My aim here is to illustrate the idea of the socialist urbanism and the housing as a part of the producing the socialist spaces. So to illustrate better this connection between the political and ideological in the socialist mass housing in order to understand what it was and how it can be transformed. Also I would like to speak a little bit about the housing and planning and different approaches to urban planning and different patterns of the housing which were produced in Ukrainian cities and which can be observed in our urban spaces. Also, I would like to focus around different approaches in urban planning and this moving from Soviet technocratic planning paradigm to seeking the other approaches and bringing the other ideas to the urban planning. Also focusing on the case of Kryvyi Rih, I would like to illustrate different manifestations of the socialist city from the very birth of this idea of the socialist city, Socmisto in Kryvyi Rih, and why it has so strong connection with the post-colonial context and the post-colonial optics, and why it is important to understand this when we are speaking about our cities, our urban spaces, and our housing. Also, I would try to illustrate the different patterns of housing in the urban space of the city and about the context of the post-socialist changes, what they have brought, and we'll try to finish with some questions around the strategic solutions. I will not stop here a lot, just some reminding about the long tradition of the research in the socialist mass housing before 1991, and of course the long traditions and different approaches in the context of analysis and the post-socialist transformations of the housing systems and new planning for these residential districts, analysis of the Soviet housing policy and its rethinking in post-socialist perspective, and so on. But on what issues I would like to focus here is the point which is characterizing the idea and the connection between the socialist urbanism and the housing. If we are saying that the housing was the part of the huge Soviet policy and the huge social program, then we should understand the strong connection between the industrialization and the housing, between the militarization and the military facilities in the urban space, and the ideas of the militarization of urban development and urban space. Of course, one of the most important issues here is the idea of the planning and construction based on the 5 years plans. This is the things together with the industrialization which have enforced the migration and the urbanization in our cities, and which have produced such great rising of the housing estates in the 50s, 60s, and 70s in our cities. And what is important for me here to emphasize is the connection between the approaches and conceptions which are behind the planning process and the concrete set of the instruments and tools which are used for making the spaces, the concrete practices which are used, and finally the urban areas which we have. In my presentation today, I would like to illustrate these relations between the approaches, conceptions, and finally the urban areas. And also will try to illustrate at the end the opposite side of the relations between the urban areas and the results of their changes in the post-socialist period, and changes of the approaches in the context of the renovation of mass housing and attempts to find the good solutions or solutions for many people to be satisfied with proposed changes. One of the main focuses here for me is the idea of the urban planning and the urban spaces as the final result, and the combination from the urban planning approaches, concrete practices, and housing pretty well illustrate this connection between the urban planning and the urban spaces. What is important to understand about the Ukrainian mass housing and the almost any post-socialist mass housing, it is the changes of the conceptions of the urban planning. In one case, we have the conception and the idea of the very technocratic Soviet planning with the typical design of the building, with a lot of different social facilities which are situated near such housing, with a lot of greening and so on. So a very strong technocratic paradigm between these ideas with very strong normatives regulating all relations between social facilities or transport or other opportunities and the housing. In other case, in the post-Soviet perspective, we can see the very different urban pattern and housing pattern which is produced when it is the time of the legitimization of the planning, when we have seen the situation when almost actors have the ideas that planning is nothing, so we can produce the housing and produce the urban spaces around it as we see it. And it is, of course, the result which is the best described as the investor urbanism or bazaar architecture and so on, which I will try to illustrate. Why it is important in the context of the regeneration of the housing, because we always should return to the planning and the role of planning and the role of different tools of planning. So we somehow should to find the new balance between the planning instruments, between the different approaches and our expectations and new ideas which are appearing in the urban space as new goals like integrated urban development and so on. For instance, here, this is the picture taken from Dresden, where the program of renovation of the socialist mass housing was realized in 2019-2020, comparing to Ukraine before the full-scale invasion in 2022. We had the law of renovation of the outdated housing blocks, which was mostly focused on the demolition of the housing. So this is an important part of the discussion about the concrete tools, concrete programs, and also the approaches. What is important for me to emphasize, it is the different ways of the making the urban on the socialist time, on the post-socialist time, and in the post-war perspective. So when we are speaking about the socialist mass housing and the idea of the producing the socialist mass housing around the industrial facilities, it is the idea also of making the new city, making the new social relations in such a city, and making the so-called new world and building this new world. So that is why we should also, when we're reconstructing the housing, when we reconstructed the mass housing, we're also reconstructing the social connections, and we should understand the role of such reconstructions of the social entities and social connections around this housing. What is important here to emphasize on the role of the institutional regulations in the post-war reconstruction, and of course in the producing those patterns of the housing which we have received as a part of our Soviet heritage. And of course the well-known order about the development of the housing construction in Soviet Union, but here you can see different dates going to different SNPs or building norms regulating the rules of the construction of the house and facilities. What it means for Ukrainian urban spaces. It means that we have like 4 different generations of the housing buildings with the different regulations of the apartment size, with the different regulation of the backyards of this size, different series of the housing and so on. So for us, it also illustrates the idea about the typical design and its huge manifestation in the Soviet Union. And it is also one of the pictures from the Soviet journal, which is illustrating how the typical projects of the Soviet apartments are expected to look like. And here we can see the typical design, the typical furniture, the typical social practices with the typical ways to work and organization of the backyards around this. And to finish about the idea of the role of the typical planning in producing the Soviet mass housing and the Soviet urban spaces around this mass housing, I would like with one more example from Dnipro. Here you can see several buildings from Перемога microrayon in Dnipro. This microrayon in the Soviet times in 1983 was awarded on the Soviet level for the best planning. And here you can see the specificity of this locating of the housing buildings. But here is also publication from the Soviet Journal of Architecture. But in fact, it is also illustrating the poor materials, the poor opportunities which had the Soviet architects. So they were trying to find some specific solutions in urban design just to give more individuality to such typical microrayons. And here, why these buildings are famous, because these ships have become like one of the symbols of this microrayon and one of the urban symbols of Dnipro, also because of the idea of integrating this urban space with the river of Dnipro, on the bank of which this microrayon is located. But in fact, it is illustrating the poor opportunities for planning and for combining these typical forms. And going to the concrete case, which I expect illustrate these relations between the social, ideological, and political better, I would like to focus on the socialist city of Kryvyi Rih. So here you can see the very strong connection with the location of the socialist city around the Kryvyi Rih Star, so-called steel plant. So here you can see on the panorama, you can even see the smoke going from the this steel plant. This is the city master plan. So here, just this picture, this panorama is taken from this point. But here, what is important and what here I would like to illustrate, this is the distance and the location of this microrayon between the industrial facilities and the railway station. So the idea of the housing, of the building the housing was just to develop the industrial facilities. That is why it is the typical problem of the socialist mass housing in post-Soviet Ukraine, that we have this kind of disparity between the concentration of the Soviet mass housing on the eastern part of Ukraine and the many cities where industrial facilities have just stopped and lost their previous meaning. Here you can see the detailed plan of this area and the idea of the organization of the new city center, new administrative center of the whole city around the socialist city, and the construction of new different facilities and new public, different public facilities here in this socialist city, just to respond the idea that socialist city should concentrate all better practices, all better opportunities, and should develop around the new opportunities. Here is the interesting case of the post-war reconstruction and the approaches which were used. On the city plan here, you can see the house and buildings coming from the 30s. And its construction of these house and buildings have started from this house and block, but it was damaged in the period of the Second World War. So the new house and block was projected. So you can see its specificity, its different form coming from 80s, and it was also awarded at all Ukrainian contest in the end of the 50s. Using this nice panorama from Soцмісто, I would like to illustrate for you the combination of different patterns of the housing coming from different stages. Here you can see the concentration of the housing block coming from 30s. This is the period of the 80s, and here you can see the different character of organizing the space and different buildings and different projects coming from 70s and later 80s. So here we have different combination of different morphotypes of the building, and different morphotypes of the using the urban space with the different conceptions of the greening, of the organization, the backyards, and different types of activities which are concentrated on these backyards. And coming to nowadays and to post-socialist changes, I would like to illustrate them by using also the changes of the morphology. So you can see the expectations how this area should looks like according to the city master plan from the 80s, and you can see the current state. From one point, the changes are not tremendous, and it is almost the same. But in fact, here we can see a lot of decoration, a lot of greening, and instead on the when we're back to current situation, we can see a lot of so-called bazaar architecture, a lot of morphological changes. And by these dots of different colors, yellow and orange, I have marked the new additional services which have appeared in this building, and you can see they are not only on the prospect but also in front of the market in these housing buildings. This as well correspond to the conceptions which are described in the post-socialist changes, with the idea of multiple transformations and post-social capitalism. But what is the most important thing for me, it is the combination of the idea of the combination, the diverse institutional mosaic. And it is not only about the transformations and the ways of the transformations and the passes which buildings are coming in the process, are coming through in the process of transformation, transformations, but it is also about the regulations of these changes and opportunities to influence for the city on the process of these transformations. Why this example is a good example to illustrate, in my opinion, the post-socialist context and the post-colonial lens. It is just because the decision to develop the Kryvyi Rih socialist city, as in many other cases, was conducted not in Ukraine. It was made outside of Ukraine. It was made in Moscow at the end of 20s, at the beginning of the 30s, and now we have more than 100 of years from the origin of the idea of the developing of the socialist cities. A socialist city in Kryvyi Rih. We have the combination of different housing patterns. We have the long tradition of its building, rebuilding, and renovation. But why post-colonial optics could be useful for us to make decisions and to make strategies for future innovations in Ukrainian cities, just because it also could help for us to understand the idea of different housing in these cities and the producing the urban spaces and the lack of these the lack of different activities in these urban spaces, and also producing more balanced strategies for them. Just taking to the one of the examples from Kryvyi Rih socialist city. This is the picture, the house of Kommuna in the 40s, which was planned by Ukrainian Soviet architect Trotsenko, who was the author of many other buildings in many other cities in Ukraine, like Kramatorsk, like Dnipro, and so on, where the construction was made in these areas. But and it will respond the idea of the ideology of the producing the houses of communas, but it is, you can see the poor conditions of this building, and I just would add that Viktor Rozanko was repressed. And the other example is the Workers' Club, which was also designed by other famous Ukrainian architects like Karles and Yurchenko. So it also is part of Ukrainian, not only soil, but also Ukrainian heritage with developing some approach which were like very important in these areas, and had the tremendous impacts on the city. But you can see the poor materials which this building was constructed, and you can see the state. To finalize, I would like with the different ideas using the approach from Patsy Healy, different ideas about making the space and about the place as a social construct, when with the strong hierarchy on the Soviet times and the strong hierarchy of making decisions and very strong technocratic approach to new approaches in placemaking with the more participation, with the more involvement and other principles. And to finalize, just possible options and a set of possible solutions and possible options around the mass housing in Ukraine. And as for me, it includes the promoting, for instance, bottom-up initiatives as one options, developing of fragmented renovations or adding new functions, saving on demolition, proposing new approaches in framework of planning, for instance. And I just, in short, would try to illustrate the opportunities which these possible solutions are proposing or give potentially. For instance, the idea of promoting bottom-up initiatives, which is like one of the central in any project of the renovation. And here, just one example, also going from Kryvyi Rih, but from not socialist city, but the other microrayon. And here on the right corner, you can see the final effects and final influence on the territory, which was really changed. And it was a lot of different initiatives coming from the local residents from these housing estates. And they really changed the view of these housing estates. But what is important and what thoughts were coming from the interview from woman who was like an engine of this process. She finally have said for us in the interview that this long process of different renovations and different initiatives and different grants which they had, it is means for her that a part of these spaces are outdated. And now she understands the role of the approach, which planning approach, which would combine different part of these housing estates into one general conception with different activities. One more, you can see one more picture, which is illustrating the effect when new services, new functions are bringing to the Soviet mass housing. And you can see just the situation when nothing is happening and no clear conception what to do. One more thing is the idea to which is around the planning. It was idea to demolish, which was elaborated in Kyiv, where such program before in 2021 was fulfilled. But you can see here the general scheme from this program, but the idea was just to demolish, and there are different parts of the area which should be demolished and the new housing should be constructed. But the point is that it could work for such cities as Kiev if we even do not take into account the urban planning or heritage of this type of the housing. But what about other cities where not so many other opportunities to build just new housing? And one more example from going which is around idea to save, which is going from Kramatorsk, where before the full-scale invasion in 2021 was developed the new planning instrument, the architecture plan, historical architecture plan, which was proposing to save the modernist heritage of the Soviet times, because the socialist city is really unique. So you can see the variety of the possible options, and I would be glad to discuss, to speak about it more on the next stages of the program. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you so much, Olena. Very, very interesting and great contribution for the discussion that the students will have after this. I think because we are a bit late, I think we'll need to move to Oleski and the final presentation, and then maybe Oleski, you will introduce a little bit the activity for the students as well. Yeah.
Thank you, Sole, for this possibility. So I am sharing a screen now, my presentation. Can you see the presentation?
Yeah, perfect. Thank you.
Okay. And so in my today's lecture, I will focus on socialist era mass housing in Kyiv, including in terms of its perception of related stereotypes and also with some stigmatization of this mass housing in Kyiv. And this presentation is based also on a published research paper, which already has been shared or can be shared with everybody who wants to be familiarized with it. And there are research questions. So the first one, what is the place of socialist era mass housing in the image of Kyiv, which exists in the minds of people living in Kyiv or studying in Kyiv, working in Kyiv, and so on. Then the next question is what factors determine the imageability and likability of socialist era housing in Kyiv by the youth? Because our study was involved as respondents the young people, students, first of all. And the third question is the students' image of the post-socialist mass housing positive or negative or mixed or hybrid? So hybrid of some positive and negative perceptions and associations, and which are possible implications for the further development and planning of these mass housing areas. Data and methods. So we involved Lynch type mental maps. I hope that many of today's participants know this method when people are asked to draw a map of the city or some part of the city as they imagine them. And we collected such maps drawn by the bachelor geography students in 2018-2021. In total, we collected 86 such maps. On the in the right part of this slide, you can see one of this map. It was created in the digital form, but most of our maps were created by pencil on the sheet of paper, so not in digital form. And then we were identifying vernacular areas of the city using three criteria or three identifiers: names, boundaries, and specific texture. For example, a specific landscape or specific elements like residential buildings or some type of street pattern or some another kind of landscape. So for instance, in the first case, we can see some boundaries, so we can see some residential area. We can identify this also by this image, by pictograms drawn by the author of this mental map, but without a specific name, just in Ukrainian новобудови, new builds. But we have boundary and we may identify this area with exact mass housing neighborhood or mass housing area in the Ukrainian capital, Kyiv. So we work with Kyiv, Ukrainian capital, which is one of the largest metropolises in the post-Soviet and post-socialist spaces, but to small number of studies address it yet. Then another example, we can see a name of a mass housing area. Here is Troyeshina, for instance. And in the third case, we have both name, Teremki, and a specific texture. You may compare the satellite image of the building, so specific hexagonal structure, and how the author of this mental map drew this on his or her map. And then we accessed some parameters, how often this neighborhoods or areas were presented on the mental maps. And first, we identified several types of post-socialist mass housing estates in Kyiv. At the first, you can see this general map of post-socialist mass housing in Kyiv. So you can visually access that this type of urban developing is covering a large share of the total area of the city. So quite important and quite widespread. And therefore, it is very important issue how to do with this type of development in future. And with different colors, there are marked several types of this socialist or post-socialist and post-socialist mass housing, because some of these residential estates were started to be constructed during the Soviet era, socialist era, but finalized or they are just in construction under the post-socialist era, under the Ukrainian independence. The first time is so-called mixed development, so attempts to fit new housing into existing urban tissue. These neighborhoods usually have fuzzy and blurred boundaries. They have small quarters, and they cannot be called true micro districts or micro rayons, which is specific feature of modernist and including socialist modernist urban planning, and unclear functional zoning. So such a kind of transitional districts or neighborhoods. The second types are classic modernist social mass housing. So usually they represent a large mass housing estates built on empty space from the very beginning. They usually have clearly delineated external boundaries. They have large-scale micro-districts with all infrastructure like schools, like kindergartens, often with some basic medical facilities, and of course, residential buildings constructed according to the specific plan around all these social facilities. So classic modernist approach to the planning of residential areas. And often these neighborhoods have specific approaches to the planning of the street or building network. For example, this hexagonal structure of residential buildings in Teremki 1 neighborhood, or hexagonal structure of streets in Obolony neighborhood, the other large state, and so on. And the third type, mass housing at the turn of the Soviet and post-Soviet eras. These neighborhoods have some specific features. For instance, greater number of stories, so usually from 16 to 25 floors. Greater diversity of housing types, so houses of mass Soviet series, but also limited series, and also individual projects of the post-socialist era. These neighborhoods have a high density of development, including a high density of people who are living there in comparison to the previously characterized types. And also lack of industry, so usually there are no industrial zone nearby, and they have a lack of green spaces, which is once again atypical for the true socialist mass housing. Then I am switching to results, and the first part of results are general imageability of post-socialist mass housing estates in Kyiv. So we identified 56 vernacular areas, and among them, 17 are exactly the modernist mass housing estates. And they have a high imageability. They very frequently, very often are present on the mental maps of our students very often. And imageability of a specific mass housing estate increases in several cases. For instance, it should be homogeneous in terms of architecture. It should be homogeneous in terms of planning, for example, specific special patterns, heat network, etc. Then it should be clearly separated from the surroundings by areas with different functions. And The other criteria or other factor, these should be large neighborhoods which host large population. And here you can see a map, once again, of Kyiv with identified vernacular areas. And you can see each vernacular area is marked with a number in the circle. And the color represents different types of vernacular areas. You can see the red color, red cycles. These are exactly classical socialist mass housing neighborhoods, like this one. I hope you can see my cursor on the screen, or this one. These are these mass housing areas, and you can see that they have quite a good imageability, both in terms of the appearance of their name and their border and the specific texture drawn by the authors of mental maps. So these mass housing estates, they occupy a very important place in the general image of the city of Kyiv. Compare it with, for instance, some historical areas, historical districts, which are marked by circles colored in blue, for instance, here or here or here. Then another image, we calculated so-called integral imageability index for different kinds of vernacular areas. And you can see that mass housing areas have some prominent example of very high imageability. Not all, so we can see significant variation, but some of these mass housing areas are very well recognizable on the mental maps. One of interesting factor which influences the imageability of such mass housing estates is the availability of rapid transit transport. For instance, Kyiv Metro. You can see two mental maps. Both of them are two metro-centric. So the good figure, or the so-called central figure on these maps, is a metro system. And you can see only two mass housing residential estates which have no metro, and only they are present on these two mental maps. It's Tроєщина in this corner and Borshahivka in this corner, and the same on this another map. Then I am going to the second part of the results: socioeconomic problems and stereotypes of these post and socialist mass housing estates of Kyiv reflected on mental maps. When studying and scrutinizing these mental maps, we identified some problems, some problematic issues of these mass housing estates, which have been marked by our students, by the authors of mental maps. And of course, this is much about some stereotypes, because this is an image from outside, mainly from outside, because our students mainly are not the locals. They are not residents of these mass housing areas, although some of them they are. But mainly this is about stereotypes which are formed, which are shaped during many years and circulate in mass media. They circulate in the social environment, so people can hear something from friends, from neighbors, from colleagues, and then spread this bad image in the society. So the first aspect is bad location and poor transport accessibility, which is in part is true for some such socialist mass housing areas. For instance, lack of a metro, lack of a rapid transit in this area. You can read such labels like someday there will be a metro on the fragment of one map, or that Tроєщина, one of such mass housing areas, is a separate country because of lack of public transport and of metro specifically. And we can trace the dependence on one mode of transport. For example, the district of Borshahivka is very much dependent of the tram, and many authors of mental map they drew these tram lines or pictograms of the trams. That's one aspect. The next one, some social diseases. So at least some of these mass housing areas are strongly associated in the perception of the students with bad criminal situation, with some drunkards, with drug addicts, or some subcultures, for instance, so-called gopniks, petty hooligans. And also some inscriptions, we saw that it is better not to walk at night in some such areas, or Troyeshina, once again, this area is a wonderland, but it's not in the good sense, but in sense that something bad can happen with you when you are going there, especially in night. The third aspect is placelessness, which is usually associated or related to with the mass housing of the socialist era. On the mental map, it is described in terms of no borders and names in some cases, empty areas, so some kinds of terra incognita instead of some specific landmarks or specific objects in the area, or just pictures of monotonous landscapes. And also inscriptions like, I don't know what's there, I have never been to this area and lost nothing, in fact, or this is something incomprehensible. And the fourth, which follows from the previous third aspects, is stigmatization of such several, at least, mass housing residential neighborhoods. You can see also inscriptions that this is not Kyiv, so something else. This is not a capital. This is not a city. This some other kind of development. And another inscription that they are living as servants, so something second order compared to the true Kyivans, true citizens of Kyiv, or enclave. Also, Soviet symbols, they can be found on the mental maps in some mass housing estates, like a star, a hammer, and a sickle, so Soviet coat of arms. Also some inscriptions like murder, that's kind of demonization of these housing estates, or ghetto. And the third part, the last part of results, there are some post-socialist, and so I mentioned why I use this term post-socialist, because these mass housing estates have undergone some post-socialist transformations, and some of them were constructed still in the post-socialist period. So some of them have quite a positive image, which these estates, and do they have some specific features? Yes, they have some specific features, and the main reasons for the positive image are attractively arranged public spaces, accessibility of green areas and of waterfronts. Usually they have good transport connectivity with the rest of the city. Then we have development, retail and entertainment sectors, and often they have recognizable unique pattern, very specific, once again, pattern of the buildings or streets. And you can compare the structure of perceptual associations for some districts or neighborhoods with bad image and positive image. For instance, Troyeshina with mainly bad image, and Obolon, green circle around, with basically a positive image. And these charts, they describe the structure of this associative image. You can see in the left down corner of the slide. And you can see that Troyeshina, for instance, is associated mainly with housing. So housing, and once again housing. And in case of Obolon, the housing is not a dominant association. The dominant is waterfront, embankment. Then you can see trade, shopping malls, then entertainment, sports, green areas. Once again, this green circle is around the mass housing estate of Rusanivka. So once again, housing has a subordinated rule. And in other facilities, in other landmarks like green and blue open spaces, they are at the front of the perceptual portrait. These neighborhoods with positive perceptual portrait, they have diverse perceptual portrait. For instance, these two, Obolon, you can see some indications of this positive, mainly positive image on the fragments of mental maps. This is embankment, green area like a park, yacht club, shopping mall, bicycle routes, pattern of streets, specific pattern of streets. Then the next one, it's image of Obolon, and you can see that Obolon consists of different parts, different structures, socialist ones, and also some post-socialist development. And this creates more diversity and positively reflects on the perceptual image of this area. And another one, Rusanivka, also positive associations with a channel around this neighborhood, the urban greenery, embankment, and so on. And one very interesting, unusual mental map drawn by one of our students is this comparison of the map of Kyiv with the global map, with the globe, and some neighborhoods, some vernacular districts are related to some place on the map of the globe. And you can see that the city center most rich or prestigious neighborhoods are associated mostly with Europe and North America, but this socialist mass housing are associated with Latin America, with some with Somali, for instance, Pozniaky and Osokorki area, and some with New Guinea, with Troyeshina. So not the best places in world for to live in opinion of maybe the majority of people. So that's once again reflects this stigma which is typical for many not of mass housing areas in Kyiv. And now I am going to conclusions. The first is that post and socialist mass housing estates of Kyiv belong to the most recognizable structures in the image of the city. That's on the one hand, but they differ in the terms of their imageability and likability. Some are very much known for most of the authors of mental maps, but some others are practically unrecognizable. They are terra incognita. The third conclusion is that while mass housing with low imageability suffer from growing placelessness and weak identity, the recognizable neighborhoods may have strong good image or strong bad image. And neighborhood with good image, despite of their typical appearance of the same series of residential buildings or blocks of flats, they attract young people with their green areas, with waterfronts, with modern entertainment possibilities, cafes, restaurants, and other facilities. Also good transport accessibility, notably proximity to metro lines. On the other hand, bad neighborhoods are subject of negative stereotypes circulating among the urban community, including of the students. And they are, of course, they have some real problems. So these stereotypes have some real grounds, but mostly they are a product of some kind of mental spillover. So they are just a product of imagination. And they really have a little bad poor transport accessibility. They have lack of attractors for young people, like shopping malls, like waterfronts, like green areas, and other places for shopping and leisure. We can look, of course, at the neighborhoods with so-called good images and borrow from them some ideas how to improve the situation with neighborhoods with so-called bad image, how to make them more attractive. But anyway, we can see that every neighborhood, every mass housing area in Kyiv, despite the similar starting points in the end of the socialist era, they followed different trajectories, very different trajectories. And therefore, individual approaches should be found for each of them. So this the end of my presentation. Thank you, please, for your attention. I understand that that's the final lecture for today. Therefore, everybody is a little bit tired, but I hope that it was interesting, at least for some of you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Lexi. Yeah, it was great to see, because we also shared this paper with the students of ours, so it was great to also kind of digest it a little better and see all these great maps that the students produced. Should we move to the activity now? Will you present it?
Yeah, I think we should move to the tasks for the students for the next few days of our work. And to begin with, I am going to also to share some basic information about the mass housing area of Tryeshina together with our PhD student Timothy. And then we'll move more closely to the tasks. Is it okay?
Yeah, that's great. We just also need to give a little bit of this instructions of how the students will get to work tomorrow. But we can do that in the end after you present the task.
Okay, we are going to do this very shortly in brief. So I am sharing once again presentation. And okay, welcome to Tryeshina, the largest housing estate in Kyiv. I am going to present you a brief overview for understanding the context and for having some visual images in your minds. What is this about? So here you can see a satellite image of Kyiv, and the red oval is exactly this mass housing neighborhood of the predominantly socialist times, which is called Tryeshina. This is the largest residential neighborhood in Kyiv. So you can see some parameters, 32 square kilometers of area. Population is circa 180,000 of people. So this is nearly 1/10 of the whole population of Kyiv at this time. And this is the largest mass housing area in Kyiv, and second in Ukraine after Saltivka in Kharkiv, which has had before the full-scale Russian invasion into Ukraine in 2022, 410 inhabitants approximately. So the idea to construct the neighborhood of Tryeshina is dated to 1960s, but really construction started in 1980s. And the most part of the neighborhood was constructed in 1980s, but some parts were constructed later. including during the Ukrainian independence. The initial plan was to construct more than 20 micro-districts. In fact, we have 16, and the number of stories of these blocks of flats are mostly from 9 to 16, but there are also higher, up to 25 floors. And here you can see also the aerial perspective of Tryeshina. And also you can read the famous expression, famous in Kyiv and not only in Kyiv, that if you got your life cracked, move to Tryeshina. Why? We are going to understand something about this, about the reasons. At first, I would like to present some planning historical documents. So this is a construction project for Tryeshina, which dates 1966. So you can see this area, which was designated, designed to locate there this residential neighborhood. Large street blocks, each of them should have be the separate micro-district with its own social infrastructure like kindergartens and schools, some shops, etc. Then more newer construction project of 1980. So more details, and it resembles in general the spatial pattern which had been realized in reality. But some parts have not been constructed yet. For instance, this western part in the left side of the slide, of the image, it hasn't constructed in that original genuine form as it was planned. Some pictures from the history of construction, so some panel blocks in construction, photo of 1983, and some three-dimension model of one of the micro-district number 11, for instance. So you can see here residential blocks, some public spaces with shops. You can see here kindergartens and schools. So you can have some visualization of how it is looking like. And some photos from nowadays. So a typical appearance of the residential buildings, that's typical yards in the 9th micro districts, mostly 9 or 16 floors, and how this backyard is looking like with its greening, parking plots, some places where children can play, and the general condition of all of this. So not very good condition, but once again, maybe not very bad and very poor. Some interesting features of local design. One of them is so-called super graphics, so painting on the facades of the buildings. So different panel blocks, they have different color appearance. So in such a way, architects were trying to make this space of the neighborhood more vivid, more diverse, more saturated with color. And also another interesting feature is the different color schemes for different micro districts. For instance, one could be in white and red, another could be in white and blue, another in have some different combination of color. So the rule of color is very important here, including for the purpose of spatial orientation, because without a different color, it is in many cases hard to understand, for instance, not for the local people, in which micro districts you are staying at the moment, frankly speaking. Also, there were some halted residential construction of 2000s. For instance, this residential complex Dniprovsky Veji, Dnieper Towers, they are in the high levels of the finalization, but they were abandoned, and with some years passed, it appears that some of them are declinated, like famous tower in Pisa. So it is impossible to finalize this construction site, and they are still staying in this condition in the neighborhood. There are some examples of public spaces, for instance, this kind of boulevard, of alley, or a larger green space like a park. Trieshina has several park areas, green areas, which are in quite good condition, frankly speaking. So that's a typical appearance of them. Also, the neighborhood has basic services and basic social infrastructure, like shopping malls, like some chain stores, cinemas, some medical infrastructure, also local administration, and church, several churches, like a modern marker of sacralization of space and a turn back to religion, because of course these churches were not planned during the socialist era. What about industry? There were great plans to have a great industrial area to the east of the residential development. Here you can see that the square is basically the same as for residential development, which is located here to the west. But in fact, only 2 enterprises were constructed. These are banknote printing and minting plant, and also heat and power station number 6, which is very important for the whole city of Kyiv. And in the beginning of the full-scale Russian invasion into Ukraine in February 2022, there are several missile shellings of the neighborhood of Troyeshina, and some buildings suffered, not demolished, but suffered from the Russian shellings. And the probable target was exactly this heat and power station. And here are some maps for you to understand some problematic issues of the neighborhood and the place of the neighborhood in the total structure of the city of Kyiv. That's the first one, about population density. So you can see that Troyeshina is one of the most densely populated area in Kyiv. And this is important because there are too many people living on this not a large area, and then they should work somewhere, they should have their rest, leisure, and they should have some connections with the other parts of the city. This map is about temporal availability of green public spaces. Some parts of Troyeshina have satisfactory availability, some bad availability, but in general, that's not the worst situation in terms of the whole of the city, as you can see. The next map is about temporal availability of business centers, and here Troyeshina is really some kind of periphery. It is remarkably different from the most of the city with this orange or orange color contrasts with green areas in the city center and on the left, right bank of the city, which includes the city center, the historical core of the city, and is more prestige that the left bank in general and Tроещина in particular. So you can see that the residents of Tроещина should spend much more time compared to the residents of the other areas of the Ukrainian capital to reach these, for instance, business centers. And this map, which reflects also the travel time to in other parts of Kyiv and its suburban area. And to the city center, the distance, if it is counted in time, is from 1 hour to 1 hour and a half. And to reach the opposite part of the city, for instance, this area of Teremki in the southwest, you need to spend from 90 to 120 minutes in public transport, and not only in public transport, but in personal private car also in many cases due to the traffic jams. And now the last part of my presentation, and then I'll give the floor to Timothy, is once again the image of Tроещина. So once again, a short look to mental maps. Some people think that this is a criminal area with all consequences, but for the other, this is beloved neighborhood. They love Tроещина, they love green spaces, they love housing, they love the native yards, and therefore, in fact, the emotions are different, and mostly they depend on the personal experience of a specific individual and personal experience of interaction with this neighborhood, with the space of neighborhood and with people of the neighborhood. But anyway, nowadays Tроещина is the most stigmatized housing estate in Kyiv. You can see many extracts from these mental maps, which are summarizing what I told in my lecture. And you can see also these inscriptions that got your life cracked, moved to Tроещина. And now I leave the floor to Timothy, who is going to present another part of the specifics of Tроещина related to the mobility and transport.
Thank you, Dr. Natuk. If you ask an ordinary resident of Tроещина, the problem number one, he or she will tell you no metro. So there is no rapid transit to get to the city center, to the business districts, to the big recreational zones, parks, and embankments, and so on. So this is a big issue and a philosophical question. If Tроещина, a place lost in space? The next slide, please. Можно наступний слайд, будь ласка? So, as Dr. Natuk said, there is a local meme during the last decades. If your life got cracked, you moved to Tроещина instead. So, an image of such a bad neighborhood where all the bad people live, but there is no such a problem let's try to analyze it a bit and feature and highlight the greatest features of its transportation system and mobility. Next slide, please. So which are the roots of the mobility issues? Let's have a look at these two cartograms, the population density and workplaces density in Kyiv. And as you can see, and it was on previous slides, the population density in Troyeshina is one of the greatest among the all neighborhoods in Kyiv, as well as in, for example, twin brother neighborhood Obolon on the right bank, but at least they have metro and some other neighborhoods too. But there are only 3 metro lines in Kyiv, and many neighborhoods do not have ones, and the creation is greatest. On the other hand, the density of workplaces in Troyeshina is really, really low. If we have a look, for example, on the other bank, Apollon, they have shopping malls and business centers in the southern part. So at least the inhabitants of Apollon, they have close places to work in. Next slide, please. So what are the direct effects of such imbalance of workplaces and population densities? If you have a look on the map of, for example, public transport intensity, it is really a big amount of public transport in Troyeshina, mostly to the closest metro station to the south and to the west on the right bank of the Dnieper River. But there is an issue continuing to grow, and all those public transport and private transport, they meet before the North Bridge across the Dnieper River, and there is a so-called as we can say, the great traffic jam of Troyeshina. 2 big streets, they meet, 4 lanes of traffic plus 3 lanes of traffic. So there is a big traffic delays there. Next slide. And there is only one bridge for now that connects directly Troyeshina to the right bank, to the closest metro station, Puchayna, to the Obolon. It's shopping malls, it's embankment, recreational facilities, and so on. This is North Bridge, and it was built in 1976, and it has a big amount, for example, of public transport routes, as I said, 18 routes, buses, trolley buses, marshrutkas, so-called private minibuses. So the headway during rush hours is about 1 minute or even less. But these are not metro. The dedicated lanes for public transport, they do not work properly, so great traffic jams are the effect of such situation. On the other hand, this bridge has combined cycle and pedestrian sidewalks. However, they are out of nominal width, and there is a for example, cycle route from Troyeshina to the right bank, but this is not so comfortable and safe to use for now. Also, the problem of North Bridge is that it plays a role of northern part of Kyiv Circle road for trunk traffic, for example, from the side of from the highway from Warsaw to the in direction of Chernihiv to the eastern regions of our country, and it has all these trunk traffic. At least it's half as a northern part. Next slide. And what is the solution the city is going to realize? It's the Podil Bridge. It's a few kilometers south, and it's under construction since 1993. So 30 years of construction, big project. This is the longest bridge in Ukraine, more than 4 kilometers. And but there is one big problem. This bridge does not have adequate link to Tроєщина. However, it will take traffic from neighboring housing estates like Voskresenka, Raidužny, Lisovy Massive, and so on, and they will not come to North Bridge. There could be a balance between those two bridges, but the problem is the Podil Bridge is not completed, and it was opened in last year only for services transport and only one bus route, which one more time doesn't go to Tроєщина. For now, however, it is partly opened, but for example, cycling and pedestrian traffic is prohibited during the wartime because there are no shelters on the bridge and in the neighboring estates. And one more time, this bridge is multimodal, so it has a lower level dedicated for the future metro line, which inhabitants of Tроєщина want so hard for the last decades. Next slide. So the metro. Metro of Tроєщина isn't a public transport system, future public transport system as itself. It is kind of a legend. So people who live in Kyiv, they couldn't be come to Tроєщина during their life, but they have heard about this legend that metro one day metro will come to Tроєщина and everything will be good. So construction was about to start in 1990. So this line from the center of the city, from the central railway station through the bridge to Tроєщина. But it did not due to the Chernobyl disaster, because all the money that ought to be spent on this infrastructural project, they were spent to the Chernobyl disaster and its effects. So there are several variations of tracing of the line through different streets, through on different level, and this need to be a direct link to the city center and business districts. So the problem is if they will open the part of this line and it will connect Tроєщина to the other metro lines, that will just overload them and make the problem even harder. Next slide. The variations of such a metro line, one variant is underground line along Chervony Kaliny Avenue, the central transport artery of the district. And on the other hand, there is a proposition to make this line overground along Balzac Street on the western edge of the district, and for now there is a light rail which connects the district to the another urban rail. So many changes to get to other neighborhoods in the periphery of the city, to the central railway station, and so on. Next slide. There have been many attempts to struggle those issues to make the mobility convenient from Troєщина. For example, a direct bus route to the city center, business district, and central railway station, but only since 2015. The problem is it doesn't have good work in dedicated lanes, so the its speed, its capacity is not so good. Another train was the light rail, or so-called speed tram, with a change to urban rail, the circle line around all peripheries of Kyiv. It was since 2012. And another artery with a big capacity is a tramway line, which is on the eastern edge of Troyeshina. It has high frequency and it links Troyeshina to the metro stations in the south and some shopping malls. So there is a kind of a good effect. And as I said, many bus and trolleybus routes, metro stations on the south and to the west on the right bank. Next slide. Another issue is cycling infrastructure. There is a big efforts for now in not only in Kyiv but in many Ukrainian cities and communities to make cycling infrastructure as an alternative to the motorized traffic on the one hand and for the public transport on the other hand. And this is kind of a unbelievable fact, but Troyeshina is one of the, or even the greatest district in Kyiv for cycling. This is because there is the only one cycle route in Kyiv from Troyeshina to the city center through the bridge, through the recreational facilities on Trukanev Island, and it goes all along the district of Troyeshina on many streets. For now, it needed to be upgraded, but still it works, and even in work days, in weekends, you can see big amounts of cyclists along Balzaka Street and Shukhevich Avenue and other streets in Troyeshina. Next slide. The pedestrian accessibility is one of the issues, and it becomes an even bigger issue during the war because our warriors they come back from the front line with injuries, with disabilities. So the spaces in our cities and our communities need to be accessible, need to be inclusive, and there is a big issue. For example, our students from another year, they did research last month through all the central parts of Kyiv. They analyzed all the pedestrian crossings, and only about 1/5 of them were accessible and inclusive. So we can just imagine the situation in Troyeshina. If we take, for example, the part of the neighborhood, the two micro districts that we analyze with students during this semester, they have dimensions of 1.2 kilometers by about 800 meters, so really big blocks. However, there are some pedestrian and in-block ways through those micro districts, but anyway, there is really big distances to go. Next slide. And therefore, there is such a feature as folk trails. The one way their pedestrian ways are designed, but the people walk as there is it is comfortable for them. So those folk trails become more visible. For example, from the paved paths to the transit stops and in other places. So as we saw with students, there is a pattern that people go like on triangles, but usually the pedestrian paths are designed as rectangles and so on. So the people don't go this way, and this is one more issue to be solved on the local level to make the pedestrian ways more accessible. Next slide. I think that's it. Yes, that's it. Kind of brief analysis of mobility in Troyeshina. Thank you very much for attention. Maybe you have any questions.
Thank you, Timothy. Okay, so we will now share on the chat here on the chat of the call the task that you will be given to work tomorrow. All right. So tomorrow you will be split. We have another session, so you will join. There is a presentation in the morning that is part of an elective course that we have here. So the students that are attending the elective course will be in person. But also the people who are here from the students from our side can be in person if they want to, despite the elective or not. But then after there will be a presentation from Sole, like a lecture, and then you will join online. We will give you information in regards to which group you are in. So you will join online on Zoom, and we will have break rooms, and you will be with the members of the group that you will be with to work collaboratively on the task that you are given. So has everyone received the activity? All right. Alexia, are you going to introduce the task?
Okay.
Or just to know if I'm going to share my
few
screen.
moments and I'll do that.
Sorry? Should I share my screen? Anyway, there is a set of questions that you need to reflect on. You have chosen a theme already, so you will reflect on that on those questions in relation to your theme, like as a focus, but also like in the greater context of things. So
Okay.
these are the main questions here.
Okay,
Like
so yes, this is a description of workshop activities, a description of your tasks for tomorrow and the day after tomorrow. And during this workshop, we have one main overarching question to consider and several secondary questions. And our general question, you can see, is what are the main issues surrounding reconstruction and regeneration in Ukrainian cities in the context of on one hand, global challenges, and on the other hand, the specific impacts of the war. Today, you had nice inputs on the both topics related to both global issues of urban regeneration and of course those related to the issues of the war, of post-war regeneration, of rebuilding cities after urbicide in both in terms of both the physical environment, built environment, and the local society. So this is multidimensional question, in fact. And some secondary questions which detailize the overarching question. What are the key planning challenges that will need to be confronted during and after the war in case of Ukrainian cities, in particular their mass housing estates and their reconstruction? So we focus on mass housing estates in Ukrainian contexts and the key challenges in the field of urban planning that are related to them. Then the second is to how to combat urbicide, displacement, and precariousness consequences. So consequences of these negative phenomena that take place in Ukrainian cities in the condition of war and after the war in future. Then the third secondary question is what are key social demographic and migration challenges that are shaping mass housing transformation? Because we understand that current population which lives there in such mass housing estates, they are suffering from the war, and they are, in fact, these people are transforming in sense of their incomes, in sense of their social and economic status, in sense of their prospects and visions for the future living strategies, and on the other hand, migration. So some people are deciding to leave, some people are deciding to go and settle in such neighborhoods. So these are also challenges. And the fourth question, how the interweaving of inherited from socialist times and new approaches in urban planning can impact mass housing reconstruction, and to what extent it can be affected by wide-line participation in decision-making around cities. So we should speak about participation of different stakeholders, including, of course, ordinary people, but also businesses of different kinds, including of some public activists, including of local authorities. So the issue of participation in its broad form. And Maritina, could you scroll? You, in fact, have been presented with a case of socialist time mass housing, so neighborhood of Troyeshina. This is our specific case. So you understood that mass housing in socialist and post-socialist context is very different. There are different phases of socialist mass housing, depending on the time of construction, depending on the country, depending on city, and even depending on a specific mass housing estate. But our case is Troyeshina, which has been briefly presented to you. Given this specific condition, and given the specific topic of urban environment that you have chosen, that you are specifically interested in, you are called to do these tasks focusing on your topic and having in mind Troyeshina as a case study. So you should reflect on the potential priorities and strategies needed for rethinking this transformation, considering both physical condition, political condition, socio-economic condition, so multifaceted view. Then to explore processes for urban changes, identify formal and informal actors that should be involved or that will be involved into the decision making, and discuss drivers for post-conflict war urban development, in particular mass house and regeneration, considering broader current global challenges. So tomorrow, as Maritina said, you will be assigned to some rooms in Zoom according to your spheres of interest, heritage, residential development, public spaces, and mobility. And then you should work together and discuss these questions and to build your answers to them. Using such instruments like whiteboard inbuilt in Zoom, or Miro board, or Google Drive, or OneDrive, or anything else that you think would be of use nice for you. Nice. You can use different materials. In the end of this document, you can find links on some web resources, mostly in English, which is important for our non-Ukrainian students, our non-Ukrainian participants, describing the situation with regards to post-socialist mass housing, specifically Troyeshina, current state, different prospects, different ideas, strategies, so you can look at these sources. And then you can find specific descriptions of each thematic direction. So I would like not to focus in detail on this to be time saving, because we are working more than 1 hour more than we should.
Half an hour, not
Yeah. Here you can see these
Will you
courses
provide,
which are of
Alexi, will you provide the presentation?
of great interest for you, and the sources that are useful for you to understand the situation. So that's basic information about your task for tomorrow. We are waiting for you to join in time, and I give floor to Maritina. Final words.
Are you going to share the PowerPoint that you showed, or not? Or is the links enough?
Excuse me, what exactly to share?
The presentation that you just did for the case study area, are you going to share it here to the students, or are the links included in the task enough?
I think I'll. Yes, I can now do this.
You can share it here on the chat.
Few seconds, please. I should
yeah, that's fine.
close all these documents which are open here, and now I am going to chat, and I'll share these materials.
Okay, so tomorrow you'll have the presentation from Sole, and then you will be assigned. There is a break, and we will meet you online. Alexi, Timothy, myself, and Hafsa as your tutors to divide you into the break rooms, and you can start working. I guess the first thing you can do is like introduce.
Okay, I hope you can see it's loading.
Alexi, can you hear me?
Oh, now it's ready. for everybody to see in the chat this presentation about Tроещина that Timothy and I presented just.
Alexei, can you hear me?
Now I can.
Okay, because I'm wondering
And now
if the students can hear me as well.
Oh, now it's okay. That's because of external speakers. I should have these issues. Now it's normal.
Okay, so did the students from Ukraine hear what I said about tomorrow? Can you give a thumbs up or hello? No?
Excuse me, can you repeat, please? Ukrainian students?
No, I'm here in my computer. That's why I'm saying.
Ukrainian students hear you.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you for that intervention. So, as I was saying, you will be split tomorrow into groups, and as the tutors will be here to answer any questions that you have. So the first thing that you will do is maybe introduce each other to your teams, decide on how you will work, in what platform you will work. And then you can start working, like open a shared document, open a shared board, something so you can start working. So until tomorrow, you have a chance to look through the activity, look through this presentation, explore the links a little bit, go back to the publications that we shared with you, so you can prepare yourselves for tomorrow. We will be online from with you from noon to 2 o'clock. And after that, you can keep going and working until you're done. I don't know, it depends on the groups. But we will be there to answer any questions you have from 12 to 2. Is that clear? Do you have anyone has any questions on that about tomorrow?
I think everything is clear.
All right. Can I get some, from the people who are online, some thumbs up that you heard what I said, just to be sure? Huh? The presentations will be on Thursday morning.
Oh, not this presentation, the lecture.
The lecture will be here tomorrow at 10 o'clock. Yeah, but it will also be online. So it will be here for the students of the elective, the emerging cities, because it's integrated into the workshop. So the students of emerging cities should be here as a class, like us attending a class, but you can also join online if you are not a student of that elective.
The group work will start at 2 o'clock.
At 12. 12. I shared the schedule with you as part of the announcement. So it's 12 to 2 that we are going to be with the tutors to be online with you to help out. And after that, after 2, you can keep working if you have, because you need time to coordinate and all these things until you're done with the presentation. It's up to you after that how you will keep working with your groups. All right, is that clear? All good? Yeah, if you have any more questions, we can we can resolve that tomorrow. Yeah, all good from your side, Alexei?
Yeah, all is good. Students understand everything for tomorrow. So, and we are in strong communication. Some of them are here sitting.
I cannot see anyone. It's very blurry.
Yeah.
All right, but you can see the people here, so maybe you can wave or something. All right, perfect.
No, it is not so blurry.
All right, yeah. Hi, everyone. Okay, maybe more people will show up tomorrow with cameras turned on if the connection allows it, so you can kind of actually interact with each other, because this is the I know today may have been a little bit too much with all these presentations and all these people talking. Hopefully you got some useful insights, digest them tonight, and you can have the exciting part of collaborative work tomorrow. All right, so we should wrap it up for today, and we'll see you all tomorrow at 10 o'clock. All right. Thank you, Lexi.
Thank you, Maritina. Thank you, everybody. See you tomorrow. Have
you.
good rest and fruitful work tomorrow.
Bye-bye.
Thank you. Have a good evening.